Is breaking over the horizon, engines waking in the quiet sky. Midnight storms are falling silent, runways glowing far below. Every mile we crossed together was a path we had to know. Through the clouds the wings kept climbing, through the dark we held the line. Now the morning spreads before us like a long-awaited sign. Glass and steel grow pale behind me, screens surrender to the sun. All the shadows of the disappear when night is done. Every scheme that ruled the darkness, every throne built in the air, turns to dust beneath the daylight when the truth is standing there.
Golden light across the runway, stories finally take their shape. Every choice that once divided now becomes the path we take.
Through the silence of the nightfall, through the echoes of the chase, morning shows a different future written in the open space.
Dawn of Flight 441,
Silver wings greet the sun.
through the night.
The course was run, now the legend has begun.
Dawn of Flight 441,
Engines rising with the sun. From the dark the flight is born into skies of endless dawn. Morning wind across the wing carries voices from the night. Every mile ahead is open, every sky is clear and bright.
Every shadow left behind us, every secret fades away. Only open skies remain now in the light of breaking day.
Even empires built in darkness bow before the rising light.
Dawn of Flight 441,
Silver wings greet the sun. Through the night the course was run, now the legend writes a story, and the sky begins anew.
Seatbelt click, chat lights up, boarding passes all in the cup. Late gate change, but we still vibe. From pushback baby to climb and glide. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Oh yeah. Soft mic check, call outs low. Tiny model on the window. Tiny map over ocean blue. Chatting first class, riding with the crew. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Long haul lullaby, coffee in your hand. Tailwind in the numbers, crossing every land. If your day feels heavy, come and ride this view. We'll trade one night of worries for a sky in midnight blue. Hey! Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. Just sit back, let the captain set the payload. We'll get you home in just time.
Strap in tight, spy flights live tonight.
Let's go!
Wheels up, straight into the sky. Chat on deck, we're ready to fly. Lights on the runway, engines start to glow. Systems green across the board. Alright, it's time to go. From the hangar to the clouds, we're climbing on this ride. Put your trays in lock position, we're headed worldwide. From coast to coast, you can feel the stream ignite. Turn it up, don't touch that dial. We're going through the night. Spy in the cockpit, eyes on the prize. Turbines roaring, you can feel it rise. Camera lock, watch the mission ignite. Wow! Welcome to the spy flight night. Targets on the radar, we're tracking every line. From briefing to debriefing, you're rolling with us live. Suit up, strap in, we're clearing through the sky. Wow! Welcome to the spy flight night.
Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. This is a freeware airport. This is the Duxford Airport. There's a huge airplane museum here, and it seems like a perfect jumping off point for a secret spy flight today. Let's go. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping back in. Parlor Gaming and Sunjammer just arrived. Hi, Wesley. Thanks for coming in. Shrek Gaming's here. Yeah, we're in multiplayer for this one because we're going to an airport that has been closed for 18 years. Now, there's some airports in Microsoft Flight Simulator and in VATSIM that they've decided, you know, we should probably go ahead and create some nav data for it. Kitec is the biggest example that I can think of there. So the thing is Templehof is not one of those airports. And so I usually like to put us on VATSIM so that we all can be flying, you know, if you're flying X-Plane or Flight Sim 2020 or even P3D, all of us can be on the same network. This is one that's probably not going to work out so well because I can't imagine that VATSIM Germany would be too terribly thrilled about a bunch of a fleet of Fokkers coming on into Tempelhof Airport, which has been closed for 18 years. I mean, the navaids are gone. So we do, though, have a really cool new Tempelhof Airport. And I do have a list of all the sceneries that I'm using here. And I will put that, it's a link over to a post over on Discord. So that's where you'll have to go and grab that one there. But that's where that is. So let's see, Ontario Bear, Exotics, and Tomb Trekker, welcome aboard. Hey, Carol, welcome to you. Good to see you. NASCAR is here. Let's see. I had no idea. Is there a United 441 going on? No kidding. Thanks, NASCAR. Hey, Polyat's here. Welcome aboard, Polyat. Polyat had to cut vacation short last week and has been hard at work on a big project with, pretty serious project. So welcome on into the fun zone. You get to forget about the serious stuff for a while. This is also a flight that Polyat suggested. It's kind of a birthday thing. I don't want to say which day or anything like that. I don't want to blow your cover. But this is a really cool flight. And we're going to have to do some little bits of trickery on this particular flight, okay? So the trickery is there is no Templehof in SimBrief. So what we're going to have to do is trick SimBrief, and we're going to have to say, well, the only place we can go that's nearby is Brandenburg. So we're going to have to flight plan for Brandenburg, but we're also going to need all the navaids to get into Templehof. I didn't know. I always like to be careful about that. Thank you. Well, if that's the case, it's time to turn this into a little bit of a party. It's Polyat's birthday. Yeah, some people are a little wary about that. So let's get the party hats out. Woohoo! There's the party hats. And thanks for suggesting a fun flight. I have done this before. I tested it because we're going to have to do a few things. First thing that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create some special spy waypoints. They did put they put the scenery that we've got is a new payware from Miltech. They're the military flight simulator content creator, developer. And so the wall is back. A lot of other waypoints are back. One of the things that is not way back is probably one of my favorite landmarks in Berlin. I don't think that Berliners like it very much, but it's Teufelsberg, which is the big listening facility on top of Devil's Mound. So, we've got to add a couple of waypoints, and I'm going to kind of walk you through it on this airplane. And I think if you're not flying a Fokker, it's going to be kind of similar for you, okay? So it'll be kind of similar. But yeah, the Tempelhof airport that you get from Miltech is a Cold War version. So, it's back to the 70s almost. It's back to the 70s is what this is all about. And I think it's probably a little bit of an answer. I'm not sure how popular it is. Over on DCS World, they did a Cold War Berlin map and back in the 70s. And I think that people really, really like that over there. I know that was the biggest reason why I started reactivating my DCS World. And of course, it didn't work out so well. But in that list of the list over there on Discord, I'll put it back into chat again. There are a couple of charts that you're going to be able to get. So I've got some sceneries. I've also got a freeware for Teufelsberg, the actual radar facility. In the default in Microsoft Flight Simulator is pretty pathetic. So you might want to go and grab that one. And so over here you can see here's Berlin, Germany. And right now over at Brandenburg, they are landing to the east in Brandenburg. So we should probably land to the east as well, coming into Berlin. Now then, the one of the links up, Captain Chris just did a nice resub. Thanks for the resub, Captain Chris. Thank you for being here for 11 months, almost a whole year. Bed is calling soon. Well, I hope you enjoy and can stay up here so long. Oh, and by the way, the F100 and the F70, they got a big update today from JustFlight. So big update for that. And if you do the update, you need to go to Navigraph Hub, update your Navigraph data too. So there's a new one of those. But Alalu, this is a cool airplane. It really is. So one of the links that you'll find listed there, hi Daniel, is going to be this list of approach charts. So there is an ILS for 9 right. Well, that's long gone. That ILS is not in the sim anymore. Here is an ILS for 27 left. Well, we're coming in the other way. Down here is a VOR for 9 left. So the VOR for 9 left here is probably what we're going to do. Probably going to do fire and ice. Yes, I have not. I've seen a 220 video. I don't know if it's the latest. I was pretty checked out, except for trying to figure this flight out. Figure out what we're doing with this flight. So this is our runway. Berlin is landing to the east. This is a good landing here. So it's a VOR. Now we still don't have the VOR, but guess what we do have in here? Let's zoom in. And if you look over here, the old Templehof VOR. We've got the Templehof VOR at 5228.4 north and 1324.3 east. We can create a waypoint, our own navigational waypoint for Templehof VOR, so we can get a navaid going into Templehof that way. Even though our destination is going to be, it says it's Brandenburg, we're going here. And you can also see there was Stiegel over there. Brawler Gaming did a resub. Some of them aren't popping up there. I'm sorry. This is also a little bit, so I've got the alerts turned off. I'll turn them on in just a bit because there's a lot to go through on this particular flight because it's very different from what we normally do. So I did go ahead and I did put a link to these charts in, and they're going to basically be over there for you. So the general flight plan, if you come on over here, we're going to come in and you can see I've switched this over to the VFR chart and stuff. Thanks, Brawler Gaming, for the resub and welcome on in. Tomb Tracker, anything you want. This is all multiplayer. There's no rules. No ATC is going to yell at you. You just do whatever you want on this flight. And the next flight, if you decide, we can fire up the DC-6 and run the Berlin Airlift. Because I finally found the navigational charts for that too. Link in that big bunch of links that I put out there. So what we're going to do is we come in from Duxford. We're going to fly across the channel, and we're going to hit a couple of waypoints here. We're going to come over here, and so after Duxford, we'll make a right turn, go east to Clacton. Watch out for big bins that are floating around in Clacton there. And then down here, we'll go to Fulda, which, by the way, is the first waypoint to go into the corridor to get into Berlin for the airlift. And then you can see we kind of go a long way here, about 178 miles, to a waypoint that's out here on the west side of downtown Berlin. Yeah, no VATSIM today. No VATSIM today. We are on multiplayer. We're on the USA server. If you look at this waypoint over here, this is Teufelsberg. This is the big radio reception point. And if you go and then that list of links, you're going to be able to get a freeware for Teufelsberg that's better than that. So basically what we're going to need to do is we're going to end up after Teufelsberg. It says to go over to Tempelhof. You're going to need to turn to a heading of 094 degrees. We don't want to do that. We want a little bit more. So we're going to go to about a heading of 110 to 120 so that we can start to set ourselves up to land on the runway. Okay? So that's the plan for this flight. I think that the weather is going to be really nice for today. We've got latitudes and longitudes of really the two that I want, Teufelsberg and Tempelhof. So we should be able to do the flight and look, we should be able to do the, do it like a pro. Devil's Mound, I believe, is the loose translation, Captain Chris. So basically, Teufelsberg, the radio station, the listening post, is on a very tall hill. And this tall hill is basically all the rubble from Berlin from the war. And underneath it is a there's a lot of history. We can chat about Teufelsberg when we get up in the sky. But let's hop in the airplane. This is the last time the flight was done for, it would have probably been a Lancaster. You know, it probably was. It very probably was a Lancaster on this one. Let's go ahead and have GSX. Let's just get some stairs here for GSX. One of the things I like to do is to have it go and get stairs and stuff as it gets rid of the pushback truck and everything that Microsoft puts in everywhere. Germans, there's some funny names. I don't know. I can sure understand why it is that they'd call it. Yeah, Sunjammer says that Duxford, it would have been so it would have been a fighter station. It was not Mosquitoes, Lancasters. So it would have been fighters according to Sunjammer. All right, here comes our stairs for our Air Berlin. Tomb Trekker, we are at EGSU. We are at the Duxford. It's a former RAF base. It's now a museum. Very big museum. There's some pretty impressive airplanes that I've seen here at this particular place. I don't know if you've seen the stairs here. The stairs are actually kind of cool. If you kind of come over and take a look at the thing. So if you kind of look down here, oh, it's already opened them up. They actually have a little gate here before you get to the door that pops in and out when they go and set up the stairs. If you go and take a look at these. And then this person just sits there forever. It just sits there forever and ever. They did a commemoration flight from Duxford to Berlin, and they used a Lancaster for that. Okay, so we're going to need a ground power unit like we always do. And we're going to do a forward passenger door. We're going to need that. Let's come on down here and we'll go and get the operational flight plan. But again, we're ignoring Brandenburg. We're going completely elsewhere. It is called Duxford. I believe it's closer to Cambridge than Cardiff, but I'm not that great in UK locations. I know where some big airports are, and I'm afraid that's about it. Pauliot once camped out on the Duxford runway. Really? That's kind of cool. Okay, so aircraft, all of this looks good. We'll import our weight. Oh, by the way, you don't want to load down your F100. The runways here are not very long. They're just not very long. So there you go. Forward cargo, aft cargo. And let's go ahead and start refueling for the flight right now. Charts are, like I said, going to be a little difficult on this particular flight. Over here on the departure, we're going to be able to get a taxi chart. Well, maybe not. I don't see taxi charts here. Nope, no taxi charts in here. I did have a taxi chart over in the other Navigraph. So we do have a taxi chart here. You can see it's only 4,751 feet. Not the longest. Right outside of Cambridge, if you are into spitting, you could do that sort of thing. Okay, so it looks like we're good to go there. The charts app's going to be useless for us. So aircraft is good. We're refueling. Is the model matching not very good, Sunjammer? Am I showing up as something a little ridiculous? Okay, Duxford. Uh-oh. I just closed a window. Hang on here. Okay. So let's see. Here is the route. Sunjammer says it's a citation. All right, so battery, ground power, external lights, and emergency exit lights. Push it, dial it, and there's the APU. Yeah, this is the freeware. What you see right now outside the window is the freeware Duxford. All right, let's go on down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm turning up the brightness, and I'm just doing about 4 clicks on my brightness. And we'll do that for the captain. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll slide over. Co-pilot's getting beer. I mean, the co-pilot's doing the walk around. And we need to start the navigation. And the navigation. Come on down here. Navigation data is groovy. And import. So you could do this several different ways. I'm going to go ahead and do it kind of the manual way on this. Well, I don't know. So let's see. Let's just go ahead and do Duxford EGSU, EGSU, and we're going to EDDB, Brandenburg. But we're, of course, going to trick it. And by the way, I did have the navigation waypoints, those latitudes and longitudes. You notice how it did not put them in. After Fulda, it's not in there. So something's a little wrong with that. Let's see. It's one of the earliest projects for Microsoft Flight Simulator. How is SimBrief integration with the Fokker? It is actually really good. It's actually really good. It's going to be problematic this time because we're going to an airport that is not. We're going to an airport that is not in the database. And I did go looking around to see if there was a way that I could manually add an airport into the database, and I couldn't do that. So, Sally B is one of the few remaining airworthy B-17s. It's at Duxford. One half is painted as the Memphis Belle for the movie. Also, the first test Concorde is there, and the Droop Snoot was developed at Cambridge. And they recently, for a big anniversary, a local hydraulic company built a special hydraulic pump so that they could reactivate and do the Concorde's Droop Snoot there, and they can run it from the cockpit like they did. So it's really pretty cool. Concorde also is the airframe that is the record holder for the fastest Concorde flight. GT Boy went to Duxford Air Show back in the 70s when you were an aeronautical engineering student and you saw the Harrier jump jet. Those are actually pretty cool airplanes. They pretty good at jumping, right? If Air Berlin, Pan Am can make a comeback, could Air Berlin? Well, it'd be nice, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, somebody bought the rights to this, and they're not going to do that. I think they bought the rights so that if I dared to play the Air Berlin song, they could sue me. I mean, I can't imagine why else they did that. Just to say, I hold the rights, I could sue people. Okay, let's go ahead. That was enormously negative of me. I'm sorry about that. So let's see, block fuel. Hey, the APU's coming up. I'm going to turn that down. Cracker, thanks for the beer cheers. All right, all this looks good. Oh, we need to turn on windshield heat now. Windshield heaters. Sunjammer was at the Murph Mob this time last year at Duxford. The Murph Mod? Was that like being a part of the mod squad? Let's go up here. I like to turn these up about 2 clicks. There we go. All right, let's see. Let's come on down here and check our fuel. Right now, the fuel totalizer has 5.56 kilos in there. I did generate a flight plan for the flight, and we're supposed to have 5.57, so everything we've got is good. So 5.5. I'm going to go 5.6. You do a lot of rounding here. Let's come on down here and do passengers. And let's start boarding speed. I always leave it at 5 minutes. And there's stairs and boarding. Sunjammer has a few photos from there and proof of small hands. Oh, so the airplane's been updated. Hang on, stop this. The airplane got an update, so they reactivated the playing the ground music. Oh, you don't do that here. You come in here. Yeah, they changed all these. Okay, auto cabin music off. Cabin ambient sounds, GSX handling. Let's have logo lights, taxi lights, pause. I think I leave everything else like this. hectopascals, real align time, and there we go. All right, now we can turn the sound back on. Oh, nope, didn't get rid of it. Let's see. Hey, Loviz, welcome home. Thanks for coming in today. Polyad should have done the flight in... Oh, that's that really cool little twin prop thing of yours, right? Let's see if I just turn this down. Now maybe I can turn it on. Yay. And we'll just stop it. Okay, cool. Loviz, welcome home. Thanks for coming in. Loviz was on vacation. It looked like food was really good where you were. All right, let's come on over here. And our zero fuel weight, 26.8. So 26.8. Zero fuel weight. Looks good. Let's see if since the update, we can update some of our fuel here. Sunjammer says PMDG has updated all of their aircraft over the last couple days. Taxi fuel is 0.2. Route reserve, alternate, 1.2. Can I do 1.2? Nope, can't change any of those numbers still. All right, here's the tricky time. Let's see. Polyot also got to fly in a Spitfire from Duxford, but you can only do that if you have a PPL, which is a shame. That's private pilot's license. Okay, so our departure from Duxford is... It's going to be runway 6 right. And that's about as good as it's going to get. No SIDS. Okay, good. Hi, Carol. Carol's doing Orlando to Charlotte today. I hope you're having fun. Now's where things get tricky. So all of our waypoints are in there. Clacton, Nikki, Fulda, and then Berlin, right? So now we've got to put in a waypoint, and we have to create our own. So the way you do that is go to the ref page. And then it's we have to define some waypoints today. So I'm gonna make 2 waypoints. The first one I'm gonna make is Sierra Papa Yankee number 1. And this is gonna be Teufelsberg for us. Okay? So Teufelsberg, you need to know latitude and longitude. So for Teufelsberg, it's 5229.5 north. 5229.5 north slash, and it's 013 14.3 east. And you see where it says latitude and longitude? Plug it in. And there it is. We now have our waypoint for Teufelsberg. Okay, guess what? We're going to make another one here. So let's go to another defined waypoint. And here's our next defined waypoint. We're going to call that new. Oh, you got to do new waypoint. Excuse me. New. Okay, this is going to be... Let's call this one EDDI. EDDI. This is going to be Templehof. Oh, important safety tip from Loviz. You might want to hold off on the PMDG updates. There is a bug. A bug. If you have saved panel states, I do. And if there's a problem with something along those lines, and it turned out to be a problem, that would mean that I would be in quite a state. Sorry, couldn't resist. This is the F100. I think you can get just the F100 as a standalone if you want. Yeah, Alalu.
Is complete.
You can get it as a standalone. Okay, let's go ahead and do Templehof now. So the Templehof VOR airport, and it's going to be our VOR, our fake VOR, is going to be 5228.4 north. 5228.4 north slash, and then we're going to go east 132401324.3 east. And that's going to be our next airport, and we're going to enter that. All right, now that we've done those, we've got one of them called Spy 1 and the other one is called it's EDDI, which was the old 4-letter identifier for Templehof. Now let's go back to the F plan, and let's go to the end of Fulda, and we're going to put in waypoint Sierra Papa Yankee 1. Put that in on top of Brandenburg. Go down another line. Now let's put in EDDI. Put that in. And that looks really good. Now then, the next thing that we might want to do is give ourselves an altitude. Now it's estimating a few altitudes for us here. I'm going to go ahead and put in 4,000 feet. I would like to be at 4,000 feet over Teufelsberg, okay? For EDDI, what we could do is we could come over here and look at the final plunge altitude. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 miles from the runway, it's 4,000 feet. Oh, look, we're already at 4,000 feet. No problem. So we're good to go there. Let's see. You might want to, how your flight does. Oh, yeah. That's another thing that's been going on lately. So Elevate X has been blowing up on me every time. So you have to go to change the airplane. And over here, you can go and you need your flight plan and your tail number. It's going to be, our tail number is DAGPB. D-AGPB. There we go. It's, I don't know, Elevate X has now started blowing up on me. Okay, it shouldn't say Twin Otter anymore. Thank you. If you have not created a panel state, it is not an issue. I confirmed the bug and also had to dig through the WASM folder to find and delete the files. So default is groovy, anything else is not. In the PMDG 737s. It does this because you have a default tail number set in the sim. It will message you with steps to okay. I did. I changed my Twin Otter. I changed my Twin Otter to November 714 Juliet Whiskey. I did. I thought I was being cool for that venture. I thought I was being cool, but apparently I created a problem. Well, gee, why should that be? Yeah, of course I did. Thank you, Polyot. Okay, looks like we now have a flight plan. I'm going to only go up to flight level 310 today. So 31,000 feet. Yeah, so if you remove that and keep it blank, then it will take the registration of the livery instead. Okay, so I have to go in and do that. We'll try and do that before we do the airlift. Captain Chris has got to call it a day. Captain Chris, thanks for coming in. Have a really good night. We'll see you next time. I know you got to get up early. Hope it's a good shift. And all else is right with the world for you. All right, we do have an APU aboard. I think we're almost ready to go here. Okay, so our departure today is going to be 6 right. So 6 right. Did you want to give me a runway heading, you guys? Jeez. You're not going to give me a runway heading? What the actual... You're not going to give me a runway heading? Maybe it's here. Yeah, 6 right, 057. You have to look at the graph. It didn't put it in here. 057 degrees. 057. Okay, that's good. So let's see. I think we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. Oh, we ought to get a little bit of weather here. Let's go to flights. And let's go to airports, info, and weather. Okay, and the nearby weather, it's 7 miles away. The altimeter is 1018. 1018. I know we're expected to read. 1018. Good. That's checked and set. Oh, we got to do a departure perf. Oh, and by the way, when it comes to landing, we're going to have to make some changes in here too. Ollie is here. Ollie is checking in from Zanzibar. We are here on a honeymoon flying to mainland Tanzania for a 2-day safari. Really? What do you think you're going to see in the safari? Do you know Ollie yet? Congratulations. I didn't realize it was so close, Ollie. Seriously, congratulations on a honeymoon and being on a great trip. You've been on the spy flight long enough to know that, you know, watch out for alligators, right? Okay, all of this looks good. The METAR is not found. They imported it, and this is going to be our departure. So, oh wow, no flaps. I actually had flaps yesterday. Alalu, thank you for becoming a subscriber today. I really appreciate it. Thanks for joining the show and helping me to keep my silly little world going. So it's going to be V1, V2 is 128, 128. 128. So we're going to set 128 in here. That looks good too. Let's come on in there. Thanks again, Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you for extra support. I think we're ready to go. All right. Let's see. We are, of course, going to have to squawk 0007 and enter that. And I'm going to go ahead to transponder. That looks good. We're going to do constraints, airports, and traffic, although there's not going to be a ton of traffic here. Let's go ahead and look around and see. We could taxi out from here. So GSX, I'm going to operate the stairs. We are not quite there yet, Amargosa. But Amargosa, guess what? Ollie is going to go on a safari tomorrow. So, I mean, you know, that's pretty cool. Export weights, export speeds, export toga and flex. Are we flexing? Oh, and don't forget to set your trim. Don't forget to set your trim. Alrighty. Passenger signs. I'm going to disconnect ground power. APU should have us. It's available, so that's a good thing. We should probably do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps going on. And probe heaters going on. Let's turn on the beacon. Beacon is on. And everything else. I know, doesn't that sound adventurous? Takeoff and approach. Looks good. I think it's time to go. Let's come in here and we're clear there. I'm going to go to the aircraft. I'm going to disconnect my ground power unit. I think, the 2-day safari sounds great. Looks like you can't remove the chocks until the ground power unit disconnects. I've tried to do that several times. I'm going to turn off GSX and turn off the top menu. And chocks are clear. I'm going to go back over here so I remember to set my trim. All right, I think we could start some engines. Not being eaten is very good professional advice. Starting engine number 2. And engine number 2 is coming on up. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, fuel. And jet engine number 2 is starting. And it looks like we've got a nice start on engine number 2. We saw that flash. That's the right side of the airplane flipping on over to the engine generator. So let's start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. Once again, back over here, we look at the N2 gauge on the right side. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. About halfway, and add fuel. Not being eaten, a very, very good safety tip. Hi, Madi. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Blue Idol just did a nice resub. So I hope I didn't go too fast with setting up the waypoints. We haven't really done those special, custom waypoints like that ever before. So, I hope that wasn't too much. All right, we got 2 good starts on our engines. They both look good. So turn off the starter. Turn off the APU. We have to turn on the lift dumpers for takeoff. We're not doing any flaps for takeoff, right? Yep, no flaps, but we do have a trim setting, 1.8. The airplane gets really sensitive if you don't set your trim. That should probably be it. Let's lock the cockpit door. Blue Idol just did a resub for 34 months. Thanks, Blue Idol. Thank you for some nice support and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome on in. Okay, I think we're ready. So taxi lights go. Extend and on. I think we're ready to go. Now then, we can't use this for charge, so we generally know what we're going to be doing here. We're coming out and we're going to make a turn on the taxiway, go to taxiway Delta for runway 6 right. That should be easy enough, right? Famous last words. Parking brakes off. Let's add a little power. And our super-duper secret spy mission is underway. The backstory on the spy mission is, so since this was way back when, I don't know if those are other people in multiplayer or that's just generic scenery or not. I don't think I turned that on, but I'm not sure if those are people flying with us today or not. Alalu is strapped in and ready to go. All right, out we go here. Our departure is going to be auto throttle and profile, but, you got to turn on the flight directors for profile to work. But we don't want to go into, you can see me. Okay, so I have at least got that part right. So we do want to engage profile, but not nav, because we're basically going to do runway heading and then make a turn. Morgsco, welcome to you. Yes, this is such a cool little airplane. It just got a major update today. And if you look, there is a huge list of, it was a big one. This looks like the default Duxford. Did the freeware load properly? If it looks like the default to you, then I thought it looked better than anything, but, you know, I figured since it was a freeware, I was happy. But if it looks like that, maybe it didn't. I did install it. Yeah, Madi, we're doing multiplayer for this one because we're going to an airport in the middle of Berlin that has been closed for 18 years. So I don't think that ATC, VATSIM ATC would be too terribly thrilled if a flock of Fokkers, you know, was coming in. I don't think that they go for that kind of focking around. You did know I was going to turn that into... Maybe that's why you can't see me. Well, the big thing that I was trying to do yesterday was try to make sure that my two waypoints were correct. The waypoint for Teufelsberg and the waypoint for Tempelhof. Because it's really, really, really easy to screw those things up. This is how it should look in the freeware. Yeah, I'd say that that's a big difference. That's a big difference. Well, I do know that Berlin looks good. And really all I did yesterday was I thought I had loaded it in. And after loading it all in, I went and did the flight just to make sure that I had everything set. It is a former RAF base, and now it's a museum that is still acts as an active airfield, because that's how they get airplanes in here. That's how they get airplanes in here for to display and stuff. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. Throttle's up halfway. Oh, what? Takeoff oh, the control lock. Oh my gosh, the control lock. Ah, the humiliation. On. Jeez.
Cabin is secured.
Probably should start thinking about using a checklist. Ah! Thrust is set. We're up and away time.
Cabin crew, speed for takeoff, please.
Thrust set.
80 knots.
80
checked.
knots. V1. Rotate.
And a nice climb out. That's right. If it was integrated, I would probably do more of
Fine
it.
thrust.
Because, you know, it yells at you if you don't use it. All right. So it's going to be heading hold and autopilot. Something about Coke went everywhere. Did I say something really funny, maybe? All right, let's go ahead and try a heading of 110 degrees, just like we're going to do from Teufelsberg into Tempelhof. So 110. And let's see if we can find our first VOR. Coolest flight view. Tom Trekker really likes the Flight Museum in Seattle. Sorry your Coke went everywhere. And out we go. It's just a nice climb. Looking good. There's 5,000 feet. I've seen some pictures. There's also a couple of really good YouTube videos over on YouTube of people that have taken a tour of the museum. And I think that looks good. I'm going to go another 10 degrees to the right. I don't know that we're actually heading to Clacton right now. There should be a very big bin on the horizon. I know, I should stop doing political jokes from the UK. Nobody wants to go to Clacton. I'm trying desperately to turn it into a clicky joke about people being clickish or clickish in Clacton or something, or clackety clack on the rails, but I'm not doing too well. And I should stop doing political jokes from another country. All right, looking pretty good. Flight plan and progress. I could end up with a milkshake in my face. Now that's the other guy, right? That's not the guy that's dressed up with a trash can on his head. That's the other guy. People throw milkshakes at him, I guess. That's part of what happens. All right, I don't see my VOR. Let's go to 60 miles. Hey, there's... All right, it's 40 miles out, it says. It's a depraved seaside town, and that is okay. So it is his town. Okay. I don't know. He's a pretty scary moron. That's right, Tomb Trekker. That's one of the cool things. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to go direct to the Clacton VOR, and after that we want to go to nav, and now we're LNAV is going. So this is the seaside town. Is it depraved because it's crazy people who live by the water, or I take the dogs to Clacton to really... Oh my gosh. You call him fromage? All right, there's 13,000 feet. I think it's 5,000, so altimeter standard. But you also have to dial this to standard too, if you want the backup altimeter to be standard. It's 25 minutes. 20 if I drive the car like you stole it. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at this. We're coming up on the coast. All right, Berlin, here we come. So I'm not promising anything, okay? But I have to tell you, when we started talking about this flight yesterday or last week, and Polyot made a suggestion about where the spy stories could go from here, and how it is that maybe I could include Teufelsberg and Berlin, which is a place that, you know, has a huge history of espionage that I'm probably unhealthy fascinated with, to turn that into spy story number 4. And I've been spending some time thinking about how I might work all that together. One of the things about the mound that the radio station is built on. I mentioned earlier that that's all the rubble from Berlin from World War II. They built, well, underneath all the rubble is a military academy that Mr. Hitler and his group were going to make, and they were in the process of building. Well, it would have cost too much to dynamite it, so they piled all the rubble on top of that military academy, and it's buried underneath there. And so I thought, okay, maybe because I did. One of the things is, if you're into the spy stories, you know that I go back in time a little bit, and I like to have people do what I call walk through history. So it's like in one of the first books, Janet and Helena, they walk through the big protest in Moscow when they tore down the Iron Felix statue in front of KGB headquarters all those years ago. Love to have the spies go walking through that. So I figured, okay, we could probably find a way to walk through history there. I've got one of the guys in the spy story that is from that era. So I'm kind of working about that. Well, there wouldn't be a flashback kind of a thing, because basically, if you know the other stories, you know that Lee and Tara, the main spies, they're the today spies. They're the now, they're the happening, they're contemporary. Well, the generation before that was Janet and Helena. But there was a generation before them too, and that was Alan Dennis and a few of the other people. So I thought that would be possibly a fascinating way to go. So I did spend a little bit of time thinking about that. Trying to decide how it is that I've got this cool thing. We've got this cool thing out there now called Substack. And I was thinking of publishing it over there as a chapter. Each chapter over on that, so you wouldn't have to wait a year for it to come out. Oh my gosh, Dad Game Time said 50 minutes ago, spy hat. Holy moly. Well, this is a spy mission. So we've got to have the spy hat. Got to have the spy hat. Very, very secret. Very, very secret spy hat here. It could be, I was thinking basically what I would do is have Alan Dennis in Berlin as they are building the Teufelsberg Mound, and have them bury something in there that people would want, and they would, then later so the oldest generation of spies from the castle, they're in Berlin at the time. And by the way, he gets in a lot of trouble. And barely gets out with his life. Then the next generation after that, Janet and Helena, have to come in because it's raised its ugly head again, and there's a problem. There's people that are tunneling down to try to get to whatever is down there. Alan gets involved again. Janet has to rescue him, and that's how Janet ends up getting really scarred up the way she is and becomes a really, badass assassin. And then Leah and Tara, they're going through their own thing, because I usually have those three generations. You could make it physical. If you make the Substack subscriber, you could even do it so those who subbed at a certain level or a certain length of time will get the physical copy. Plenty of options. The hard part that I deal with is right now I publish exclusively through Amazon, and Amazon has lots of rules. And I don't know that, that's how I get a physical copy. I would have to find another way to do a physical copy. I'm also not going to spend $1,000 on a book cover again. I don't have audiobooks. I don't know if you know this, but audiobooks are insanely hard to do. I tried to start a few years ago. They started a construction project right outside the window, and I couldn't do it. But they are incredibly difficult. That being said, I can say, unlike a certain famous audiobook narrator, I can say Harry pocketed it. At which point I actually am going to put that word. So two things are going to appear in the new novel that I've already decided on. There's going to be a line in there that says Harry pocketed it. And there's also going to be a special spy in a certain part of the world named Giselle. When the time comes, I may have a contact. Okay. Well, I think that might be a great way to go. I've got to spend a little time thinking about that. Stephen will definitely, I know, if I put in Harry pocketed it, yeah, acid.com, if you don't understand what that joke is. So there's an actor, very well known, been in a lot of great movies, does a great job. His name's Stephen Fry. Okay, he is also, by the way, super duper talented and really, really smart. Well, Stephen Fry did the audiobooks for Harry Potter. And in the first book, there is a sentence in there that J.K. Rowling put in, and that sentence is, Harry pocketed it. Stephen Fry can't say that. There are just some things there are some word combinations some people cannot say. Brewery is actually mine. Brewery. I have a hard time with that. I have to work on that. But I can say Harry pocketed it. Well, it was so bad that Stephen Fry, in the middle of recording the Harry Potter series, picked up the phone. Joe, it's Stephen. I cannot say Harry whatever. Could I please change it to this? And she said, nope. You got to do that. Apparently he was able to blurt it out somehow. I don't know, but that was a big thing. Yeah, Harry pocketed it. So I'm gonna have to create a character named Harry, and he's gonna pick something off the table and pocket it. And there's our final cruise, flight level 310. And that looks really good. All right, let's go to mode. Okay, we're still in climb mode. This should put us in cruise mode. There's our top of climb. Now that put us into cruise mode, right? Econ cruise. Good, we got it. All right. Alalu likes Karis doing Lord of the Rings. Okay, all of this looks good. We don't need to do anything tactical with this. Progress. Now we come over here and we look at our fuel prediction for landing. 21.5. Is it pounds? Did I get caught? Nope, we're in kgs. I don't think that it's going to be 21,000 kilos of fuel. Something's wrong with that. Flight plan. Top of descent is over here. We'll worry about top of descent later. And we're just in cruise mode. Hey Jim, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. All right. So next stop is Berlin. Since we're already in multiplayer, one of the things that we could do is I was finally able to, as I was looking around looking for things, so I was able to go and get these Templehof charts here. And by the way, there are links for the Templehof charts because they're not going to be available elsewhere because Templehof is not a thing today anymore. You'll have to go and grab them. So over there, I just put a link in. It's going to take you to Discord, but there's a whole bunch of links, including this set of charts here, which is basically just arrivals, 4 arrivals into Templehof. The next set of charts is this thing over here. It's 6 pages, but this was the original PDF files that came out from VATSIM Germany for when, way back in the day, they ran the Berlin Airlift. And the airlift started from Frankfurt, and from Frankfurt, depending upon the direction of the runway, you made a hard right turn over to this VOR. I can't read it here. Oh, let's see. Darmstadt. The Darmstadt non-directional beacon, and then you make another turn for 16 miles to the Aschaffenburg non-directional beacon, and then 41 miles later, it takes you to the Fulda VOR. I will tell you that Fulda is still in place. Fulda is there. Okay, so Fulda 112.1 is still in place, which is really quite cool that we've got that. I believe that Darmstadt and Aschaffenburg have some sort of a waypoint. I don't know that those are non-directional beacons anymore, but something is still there too. Now down here, after that, so from Fulda we go to the Tempelhof VOR. Tempelhof is not there anymore, but we could create our own waypoint, I think. Well, wait a minute. No, we're in the DC6. So we're going to have to use probably the Brandenburg VOR. I know that Braunschweig, the non-directional beacon here, is still in place. So we can use Braunschweig to get to the intersection here. It's one of the important things about doing this particular route is that between Fulda and Tempelhof, this area here is 20 miles. And during the Berlin Airlift, you go either side of that, and that's an international incident with like guns and stuff. So you had to be very careful about that and not go outside that 20-mile corridor. Also, there were altitudes here, and this is one of the things that I thought I had lost forever, and I found it. So if you're less than 150 knots, your outbound is 8,000 or 9,000, and there's looks like 15 miles. And if you're above 130 knots, 5 to 7,000 feet is your altitude. So we've got that there. And then after you go to the Tempelhof VOR, you then go to the Plantier non-directional beacon and do your turn to come in. In this case, we would have to do a left turn pattern to come in and land eastbound. Poliot wants to take the 727 or the TriStar into Tempelhof. I think they both went there, didn't they? I know the 727 does because there's probably half a dozen 727s in the Tempelhof scenery. I haven't found it. Maybe I don't know how to tune in a VOR, but we'll check. We'll try Tempelhof. I know that what happened is when our friends from VATSIM Germany, which they're the ones who made these files, by the way. And I did a link to the file on the internet in all of that Discord stuff that I just posted, so you can get these files, these PDF files. I know that when we did it back in 2018, which is when VATSIM Germany did that, they also included a file that you put into X-Plane that added in all of the navigational beacons in there. So that included Tempelhof there. Irby thinks of Baywatch. You can't wait for VATSIM US controlling client to have Hey, they were running CPDLC not only in Jacksonville, but there was one other place that we were flying last week that had CPDLC in the US. So there's 2 places right now that are doing that. So they're slowly rolling that out, which is great. So guess what? We're going to have to do a little bit more trickery here. Landing. Well, let's see. It's going to, if we import the aircraft and import SimBrief, that's going to be Brandenburg. Well, Brandenburg has these 11,000 foot runways. And this isn't going to work. So what we'll do is we'll import live weather, but we're going to make some changes. And the first change that we're going to need to make is the runway that we're expected to be on today. And we're going to be landing on... So our runway for landing is 9 left, okay? So I went and I got some information here. 9 left. Here is this. So what we need to do is we need to change some stuff in here to see if we can land and what our speeds are going to be. So even though it says Brandenburg, we're landing on a runway that is 6,847 feet. So 6,847 feet. Okay? Got that. Now we can't change the runway heading on this, which is too bad. But we can change our flaps to what I usually like, flaps 25. It's dry. Auto brakes, we're going to go medium. Anti-skid works, landing weight, winds. Now the wind is going to be fine. The one thing we can't do is change the runway heading, but if we're in the ballpark, we can go and calculate. And weight below minimum tabulated using 3. Okay. I'm flying with only 5 people. It's a spy flight. That's why it's upset with me. But it does say that our approach speed is going to be 126 knots. I only need 2,000 feet of the 6,000 foot runway. Let's go to auto brakes low and rerun the numbers. Well, it didn't really change much, did it? Didn't really change much at all. So we're in pretty good shape. So now we got a VAP number and everything else. And we've included the shorter runway. So we're good with that too. Airbus Geek is back in chat. Welcome, Airbus Geek. Is the 737F lower than the 800? You mean lower in price or something? Maybe they're running an unusual sale. I don't know. You mean lower than, closer to the ground? I'm not sure. We had some pretty impressive thunderstorms here. Not as hot today. 30 degrees. Air quality is 45. So it's in the moderate zone as it's really been. Airbus Geek, well, we are on a very unusual spy mission today. So one of the things is our flight is going to take us right over the super-duper secret spy, the super secret spy thing, radio station, and it's got a history. There's not a ton of shows, but there are some shows that did feature this. One of the ones that's over on iTunes, and I would assume over on YouTube, is called Berlin Station. The first season wraps up at Teufelsberg. So Airbus Geek, yeah, it's the original old spy hat, and because we're on a spy mission today. Next, we're going to be on an airlift mission. I'm not sure what we'll do after that. Tomorrow, I just penciled in Frankfurt. Penciled in Frankfurt. Not sure what else. There's an event in Cleveland on Saturday. We've been wanting to do Skiathos to Samos and Vectors to Copenhagen. It's summertime. There's a lot of VATSIM events that are starting to taper off a bit. So it says we don't stop. We do our top of descent is between Fulda and Spy 1. Turn on some alerts now that I'm done yapping about all the unusual things that we did on this flight. Somebody is also working on a U2 spy plane. I don't know if it's out yet or it's going to be out yet, but eventually we could do a U2 spy flight. Oh, forgot to put us into traffic mode. Ontario Bear, we're on a very specific super-duper spy mission. Our cover is it's an Air Berlin flight from London to Templehof, but they stopped off at Duxford to pick up a couple of spies to get in there. So there you go. Let's see. It's going to be my Miltech. So the people that made the airport that we're flying into and made a very, very good helicopter. I'm just really terrible at helicopters. But they made a really great helicopter. And so that's going on. Airbus Geek is going to be lurking. Nothing else to worry about here. No frequencies to really set up. We could go and let's dial in. So let's see. Can we dial in? Let's see, we can dial in the arc here. It's still going to track us, right? But let's go and dial in. If we come down here, we can dial in a VOR, and let's see if we can't pick up Templehof. 114.1. Okay, this is interesting. This Templehof VOR is 115.5. I got two Templehof VORs here. What on earth is going on there? Rum is back. Have you heard of the Bushnell submarine turtle? I don't think I have. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome aboard. I've got two Templehof VORs here. Let's try this one. You say 114.1 is active. This is the one that's at the middle of the airport. This is the one you could use for a VOR approach. 114.1. Let's dial that in. 114.1. And our inbound course would be 087 degrees. 087. Okay, so we're good to go there. I'm going to go and just dial this back over into the map mode for our current flight, because now what we should be able to get... Nope, that's going to go there. Hi, Sharu. Welcome aboard. We shall see. We'll keep an eye out. If it turns out that that's available, that's going to be really nice to have. That's going to be great to have. Now, I don't think that these were two VORs. This one is labeled TOF, T-O-F, Templehof. And you can see there's Schoenfeld, which is now Brandenburg, and there's Tegel over there. So TOF is in the middle of the airport. TFR is over here. And TFR, by the way, is not in the middle of the airport. Because if you look at this chart over here, the TFR, the Tempelhof VOR, is 2.4 miles away from Planter. And Planter, as you can see, is, I guess, a mile or two off of the airfield. Sharu, we're going to Tempelhof today. TFR is for military applications. As a drone pilot, TimDog avoids TFRs. It stands for Temporary Flight Restriction. Oh, it was the first, the Turtle submarine that was pedal powered. Let's see how we're doing on our flight path here. Uh-oh, we're not on the, oh, there we go. All right, so let's see. And we're coming over to NVO. Here is a cool Tempelhof picture. Yeah, so there, yeah. And apparently a lot of this is still in place. They've all, I guess they've left the terminal area like this intact. It's not active, there's nothing going on, but it's sort of like a museum, I guess. It's also for events and disaster relief. Sharu, really? Oh, okay. If you go to, if you look online for a movie called Funeral in Berlin, it is a Michael Caine movie. And that Michael Caine movie, Michael Caine travels through Tempelhof a few times in there. So you could see kind of what it looked like back in the day. There's also a World War II movie about the airlift. The cultural events, public offices, creative studios, and historical tours. The runways are, yeah, it's supposed to be a huge park. And I remember, maybe this was back in the B Mint days, talking about how it was that, so TimDog, they use that for drones and radio controlled airplanes. As long as they stay within the ground, you can use a portion of the runway is set up for that. Maybe not every day, but you can go and do that, which is kind of cool. TimDog's been here for 15 streams. Madi, I haven't looked yet. Our air quality right now is at 44. 44% out of, I believe, 100. So we are in the moderate zone. If you look at the weather cam, you see instead of a nice blue horizon, you see it's gray, white, and it's slowly going down. That's air quality there too. So my guess is, yeah, we probably are dealing with some of that air quality. It's much worse further east of us because of the prevailing winds, but we are 322 miles away from our destination. Fuel prediction has us, see, now it's at 2.4. Now it's 2.4. So that's about right. If we go and look at Mr. Flight Plan, got a lot of PDFs today open. Mr. Flight Plan said 1.9 is final reserve. 30 minutes of fuel is 7.5. I boarded about 15 minutes of extra fuel for today. I mean, no ATC, not expecting to get in any trouble or anything like that. I did want to go and launch the PMDG application today and make sure I had a military livery for an airlift flight. Now, I believe to use the military airlift version. So on the DC-6, oh, it's got an upgrade for the DC-6 too. I don't think I can update the DC-6 here, but let's look and see. American, Alaska, Delta, Iceland, Royal Dutch, Olympic, Scandi, United, and a United cargo liner. Okay, so at least we're doing that. Let's see. Nikki has dangerous air quality. Please, please, please take that seriously. Those things are really, really... it can mess your lungs up really, really bad. Mandalorian will be released digitally next week. That Polyot says that's the trend, to put it on streaming platforms. All deliveries, PMDG. I guess they don't have... They used to have a military airlift command livery for this. Well, we'll go and grab the cargo liner for United and just use that. In the 1920s, Templehof allowed pilots to take off and land in any direction depending upon the wind. So there were no runways, just a huge amount of space. Oh, before they... Well, they did that with a lot, I think. Okay, so this is going to be a cargo only. Let's see if we have a profile for that. That's a really sharp picture. Wow. Let's go to SimBrief. And let's come over. Oh, you could go and get it. FlightSim.to would have one. Berlin Airlift. I think that's it. Well, why don't we use this one? Thanks, Polyot. Let's go grab that. FlightSim 2024 and continue. November 500 EJ. November 500 EJ. And download. We'll put this over here. And that looks good. Okay, let's see. That's right. So what we have to do is we have to install it using Op Center. That's right. That's the way they do that. Okay. So we'll slide that over there, and we're just going to leave this alone for now. Proof from Cloudflare that I am not a robot. No. Not a robot. Ooh, wow. We got great clouds up ahead. A beautiful sunset coming into Berlin tonight. Jim's got that livery. Still downloading. Not surprised, actually. Let's see. We have to worry about landing elevation here. Our landing elevation at Templehof. Runway is 167. I think that's about as close as we're going to get on that. Really, that's about as close as we'll get for a landing rate. And on a PMDG, I will usually pop that over there and drag that file All right, now what we have to do is take this file and we have to put it into Ops Center. You don't just drag it into the community folder. So I think we go back over here. And let's see. It's been a while since I've done this. PMDG. Change log. That's not good. Oh, it's import. Import, that's what we do. Okay. So, now we go to where we downloaded it. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Downloads. And then I thought I put it in here. Where is it? Where did I put that? Oh, it's in downloads. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, it's in downloads, right? That's where I put it. Ortho. No, it's just in the ortho folder. Really? Okay. Very strange. PMDG, there it is. Open. And that should take care of it. There we go. Now it's importing. Yay. So we've got a really cool airplane for this. And it will even be relatively correct. Is it done? Yay, it's done. Livery Berlin Airlift has been imported. Yay. Okay. Done with that. So that's good there. Let's slide this over here. Now then, this is supposed to be cargo only, right? So if it's a cargo only, let's see if we have a PMDG for that. It should be in the livery list in OC3. Now, is that going to be in the main list or is it going to be in the couple cups of coffee column? Berlin Airlift, there it is. Just like you said, November 500 EJ. Let's try and do a new airframe. Let's see, DC-6. I think I've got several in here. There is a UF Air Force MATS. I don't think that's current anymore. I'm going to get rid of that one. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to do a new one. See how I was able to work the couple of cups of coffee joke in there? All clever and everything like that. All right, do we have a cargo version? Cargo variant, look at that. It even has a cargo variant. Now let's do select airframe. Let's see, US Air Force. That's basically what it's gonna be. And the call sign, the tail number, November 500 EJ. November 500 EJ. I'll bet its fin number would be EJ. It's going to be in pounds. And I think that's all we need. Save it. All right, we should have a proper profile now. So all is right with the world there. Let's see how we're doing on this. Remember, you don't actually have to claim an air. The only matter you need is to do custom weights or fly the same tail number. I guess you're right. And if you were to take a look at my sim brief, I probably got a gazillion tail numbers and airlines and stuff. Not just a few zillion, a gazillion probably. Which I'm sure somebody has turned into an actual number. Let's go ahead and do 4,000 feet, because we do have a top of descent here. So I'm going to go and dial in 4,000 feet. 4,000 feet. That's going to be our initial descent. I'm going to make sure I'm in profile mode. I am. It says altitude and altitude. We'll come back over here, and I'm going to click the bottom part of this dial. You notice my pointer, it's going to change to a down arrow. Click it, and now it says descent is armed. Where it says descent is armed, now we're all good to go there. So it should start our descent like a good airplane. We've already got our landing data done, so that's good. Transition here in Germany, I'm going to guess is what, 6,000 feet? Transition, it says transition altitude 5. If there's no other level, I add 1,000 for the level, so we'll call it flight level 60. And that should be good too. Looking over here, we're just coming into Fulda. Sunjammer said the transition would have been 5. So you don't take the transition altitude, add 1,000 for the level unless they put something in, or is it just flat out 5,000 feet? And I've turned it into brain surgery. I have been known to do that, Sunjammer. All right, all this looks good. Let's go back to progress. 214 miles to go. All right. Jim has been reading the Count of Monte Cristo and enjoying it so far. Did the author of the Count of Monte Cristo include a line in there that goes, Harry pocketed it just to trip up Stephen Fry? Right, I don't think we need anything there. I was going to do something. Oh, what was I going to do to come in here? Oh, I know what I was going to do. We're on virtually the same course over here. So let's see if we can pick up the Braunschweig non-directional beacon, 369 degrees. Three, 6, 9. 369, not degrees. 369. Let's see if that shows up as a non-directional beacon for us. Let's see. Zeropod, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. So far, so good. Tim Dog is feeling good today. You are trying some new supplements. Hey, as long as they're working, that's the important part, right? All right, now we should be heading direct from Fulda to Sierra Papa Yankee 1. Okay, so now we're going direct to Teufelsberg. dialing in the VOR here just to see if we get a VOR. No VOR yet. Probably a little bit far out to pick it up anyway. And we are top of descent. I think it's telling us that we hit top of descent at 1952. 12 minutes. We see if that works too. Yeah, I think that's what that means. I think one of the things that I did is I made a copy of the PDF files, the flight manuals for this airplane, and I went and I made a, copied them from their location in, the community folder or wherever, and I put them on the desktop. They did update the flight manuals on this airplane too. So if you're like me and you copy stuff over, you might want to go and update that. 10 minutes to top of descent. 161 miles to our secret spy waypoint. I think probably a heading of 120 degrees will be good. And if we get a good indicator of being 10 miles out, could be we actually should do 180, slow it down to 180, and then make the turn. Since we're not 100% sure that we're going to get the VOR, that might be a good idea. And remember, the inbound course is going to be 087. So from Teufelsberg, I wonder, that may be the big lake. We may be too high. I think that radio tower right there So it's right by a lake, and it's got this little split. Yep, that radio tower. Look at that. I think that's it right there. 394 feet. So you can see our waypoints off a little bit. 967. 394. I got those latitudes and longitudes for the listening station from its Wikipedia page. Maybe I didn't write it down correctly. That could be a problem. We may be a little bit high. So after Teufelsberg, we make a turn to the right to 180 degrees. thing is, it's not so far, so we should be able to there. I mean, the weather's great, so we should be able to do a nice visual. Let's see what the weather's like at Brandenburg. Airports and Brandenburg and weather. The weather right now, winds are 140 at 3 knots, ceiling and visibility, so beautiful weather in Berlin tonight. Here is the latest weather. It could be a dive situation. It could be dive. Here comes top of descent. What do you say? We've got the time. I'm going to switch this to 2,500 feet, and I'm going to let it go down even more. And I'm going to drop us down to 2,500 feet over the radio listening station. That is probably going to be a lot better. Plus, we get a better view of the radio listening station. That's right. We just want to get a good view. That's so that we can get our spy camera out and take spy pictures. So we can get spy pictures. By the way, all of the links to the sceneries, even though the scenery that I was supposed to use, I didn't turn on. Maybe did I put it in Linker and forgot? Maybe I forgot to do that for Duxford, because I know I downloaded it. Maybe I forgot to link it from Duxford. Let's see. Before this went gray, it was blonde, so I have an excuse. That's right. I was so excited about Templehof, I totally forgot about Duxford. And how could I forget about Duxford? Because that leaves the door open to all sorts of wisecracks. Duck and cover. The jokes are incoming. All right, let's see. Duxford is EGSU. EGSU. Yep, that's what happened. Jim says yellow flags and Polyot says geese. I forgot to engage it. I downloaded it. I put it in my MSFS add-on linker and totally forgot. Like I said, blonde before it went gray. Well, we got to go back to Duxford. Got to go back to Duxford. I forgot redeem. I just wanted to do the quack. Oh, Irby forgot it too. I didn't hit enter. So I did exclamation point redeem quack and forgot to hit enter. Sunjammer has started the descent already. We do need to do the Spitfire. Well, because Sunjammer says Duxford was primarily fighter jets. So fighter jets, fighter props. And so I'm guessing Spitfires. Irvy's brain is fried. Welcome to the club. I'm doing pretty good. That's right. Oh, those are two really great places to go. Duxford and Biggin Hill. Biggin Hill was the airport that over in, I think it was the airport in DCS World that I tried forever to try and get my Mosquito out of. Couldn't do it. Polyot learned how to fly at Biggin Hill. That is such a historic airport. 20 miles to go, and the airplane should do our own descent for us. And it should be perfect. We hope. Douglas Bader flew out of Duxford, and Biggin Hill was also a former RAF station. We also want to try and slow down a little bit as best we can for these turns. So we want to start jamming on the brakes as we get a little closer to, fact is, let's see if it's Sierra Papa Yankee. It's got us at 171. I'm going to try and get it to 180. I'm going to tell it to do 180 at Sierra Papa Yankee. Look at that, speed and altitude. Let's see if it works. Coming up, I think, on 10 miles to top of descent. Yep, about 10 miles. I will plan a route that also includes the route of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight takes when they do their flight past over Buckhouse. We can turn into land at Biggin Hill. It's a nice flight and you get great views of London. I don't know that it actually. I just dialed in the VOR. I don't think it's picking it up. That would be a fun flight for sure. Does Microsoft have a feature that pilots in the same... I think that there is a voice channel in there. We've never experimented with it. Hola, O Dreams. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. X-Pilot does not work with your X-Plane. It's say intentions. It uses the same connections. The Hurricane was... Oh, they had amazing airplanes back in the day, Jim. AC just popped on. Not quite 90, a far cry. This time last week we were looking at 112. Whew. Glad we're not doing that anymore. The Hurricane was the true workhorse of the RAF fleet. Spitfire was the poster child and the technological marvel. But the Hurricane was the workhorse. And we have started our descent 79 nautical miles from Teufelsberg. See if it slows us down pretty good. Really, at this point, we could also make it a visual approach into Tempelhof too. Oh, what? What? Oh, icing. Icing. I think icing is all auto. If the lights are out, icing is on. Anti-ice is on. It is definitely yeehaw time. Okay, we decided auto brakes low. Auto brakes are low. And we need to turn on lift dumpers. Lift dumpers are on. Jim's grandpa was a mechanic during the war, and he worked on both the Hurricane and the Spitfire. And Sunjammer says the Spits to keep the ME-109s busy. The Hurricanes came in steep into the bombers. The Hurricanes were very reversible. Reserviceable, not reversible, reserviceable. A touch of dope and back in the air. You're talking about the stuff that, so you would use on a cloth covered airplane to make it stronger, right? Sunjammer, that's that term. I suspect you're not talking about cannabis.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
THX did a nice resub. It's a nice resub. And it looks like you've just done that for the first time. Thank you for becoming a subscriber, THX. I really appreciate the great support. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for keeping my lights on. Jonas lives near Tempelhof in Berlin. Have you seen the new scenery, Jonas? It's actually from the 1970s, the scenery, but it's really pretty good. Oh, and Sunjammer, thank you for the really setting me up for the really great 7 of 9 line to Captain Shaw in Picard. I assume you don't mean cannabis. Mahdi, last night I read a news story. There are flash floods. Yes, we've had a couple of areas of heavy rainfall in some areas. Oh, gotta have a little speed break here. We have had some flash floods up. Not where I live. It's going to be closer to some of the rivers, and I'm far enough away from the rivers that the time that I would have to worry about a flash flood warning is if we were getting 40 days and 40 nights. And I don't think we're going to get 40 days and 40 nights. THX, thank you again for being a couple of brand new subscribers on the live stream today. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support and helping me to keep this going. It is 92 degrees Fahrenheit where Tim Dog is. Feels like 100 in the air quality alert. Yeah, you're going to get much more of that Canadian smoke. All right, we've caught up, so speed breaks back down. And everything looks good for landing, I think. Okay, 51 miles from Teufelsberg. Let's see, Jonas, you just came in, so there's a brand new scenery that got released for Tempelhof. It also included a little bit of some landmarks. And I found one for the big radio listening station on Devil's Mount. So we're using that as our first checkpoint to come in for landing east into Tempelhof. We're right on our descent profile, so the airplane's kind of happy. Sunjammer is flying over Tempelhof right now. If we were landing to the west, we would have flown over what is Tegel. We would have flown over that, you know, just basically continued straight on from the radio station and right over. A piece of polyot died every time you flew into Tegel. I heard it was just notoriously a pain in the butt to get through. I don't think that I've run into anybody in the live stream that has ever been said, man, I really wish Tegel were still open. I mean, it did have this incredible 1970s vibe to it. Okay. A massive ball ache to get to, and the temperature, the terminal felt cramped. It didn't look like it was all that great. It looked like, you know, some 1970s design or something. Really had a 70s vibe to it. But I think, you know, Tegel was probably a huge technological step up from Tempelhof, right? And the Burger King never salted their fries. Okay, well, I mean, if they're not going to salt their fries, then forget it. We're not going there. Bryler Gaming, we're going to try and run the Berlin Airlift. We're going to try and do the airlift. Now, I did find out, I had been looking around to find out when the busiest day of the airlift was. And according to the internet machine, the busiest day was April 16th, 1949. They did 1,398 flights. The total number over 277,000, but April 16th, 1949 was the busiest day for flights in there. So every, you know, April 14th, we've got to do, we'll add that to our list of annual events that we do. Coming up on 10,000 feet, seatbelts. Jonas, you get to walk across the airport runways. Hey Jonas, you might know this. We were talking a little bit about it earlier. Do they still have a small area set aside on the original runways for people to bring in radio-controlled airplanes and drones and fly it around the old airport there? To put that into perspective, that is just under half the number of flights that Ryanair operates each day that they were putting in and out of Tegel. Well, I'm turned off because, you know, if you're going to have French fries and you're not going to bother salting them, forget it. I mean, what's the point? Especially at a fast food joint. And there is 10,000 feet. Landing lights extend on the wingtips and on. Just getting to that, Martin, and the lights are coming in outside. The most number of flights they did in a single day for the airlift is, okay. So Ryanair does almost a little over twice what they did on the busiest day. I get it now. I don't know that back in the days of the airlift, they were able to do the 30-minute turnaround. They had to do a lot of unloading of the airplanes. Cybec, oh my gosh, yeah, I bet they all were pushed to the edge. Well, yeah, considering the size of the Ryanair network, and what we're talking about for the airlift is basically it was Frankfurt into Berlin and back. I think that there were some other airports that would fly into that, but mostly for the air corridor over the territory. Oh, Martin, Sim Update 1, the sim has been so much different. Okay, so if we look, I'm recognizing some of the lakes around Berlin now. I believe that the radio station, there's the lake over there. If you look over there, I think that is Tegel. That might be Tegel over there. Tempelhof is over there, and Teufelsberg, our waypoint, is, I believe, this set of lights or this set of lights. I think it's this up here. I think our waypoint is to the south. I'm going to start slowing the airplane down now. Sim Update 1 of 2020, it was a very different beast. It looks so much better now. The level of detail is so much more. Martin remembers flying Lego bricks. Flaps 1. All right, at night, the special scenery that I linked to will show the radio stations lit up. Yeah, that's Tegel over there. There's going to be a patch over in here. I think that, no, that's not it. We'd see the blue taxi lights. Laxon, how's everything in Boda tonight? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. And we need a little bit of speed brake out because we're a little bit high. I tried to slow down too much. The scenery itself for the radio receiving station is not good, the default. So the download link that I sent you earlier is the one you want. Corners of the community are quick to moan about MS and Asobo, but they forget they were very lucky to even have it. They licensed out the rights. They had no intention. They could have easily gone that route. Well, I got to tell you, you know, there was a point in time where X-Plane was looking really, really, really good. I mean, it was looking just fine. There it is. There's the radio station right there. So you can see that they added some lights to it. So there's our waypoint. I imagine people that lived there during the time really did not like that. Flaps 2. Speed brakes down. I have the airport. Are we ready to go in? Autopilot off. I have the airport. I'm going to go to VOR. Let's see if we're picking up the VOR.
Speed checked, gear down.
I think I've got the VOR. I think the VOR's up. What do we decide to land? VAP is 126, and we're on the right side. Yep, I think I'm picking up the VOR. No glide slopes, so you got to kind of keep your own eye out. I don't think I've ever come in landing to the east. Whenever I've come into Templehof, I've always flown in over the apartments. Let's call it 1:30 to land. More flaps. What? Airplane's always yelling at me about something.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing.
It was pneumonia. Cabin's ready.
Secured for arrival.
Taxi light on. Oh, that's what it's upset about. Altimeter, that's why it's mad at me.
500.
Sync rate. Pull up.
50.
Pull up.
40,
Speed checked.
30.
Flap 42.
20. 10.
Reverse. $60 knots.
Still the reversers. Welcome to Berlin. And around we go. The Pappy lights don't work going in the other direction either, Martin. I was trying to do that with the other direction and they didn't work. Now the next secret is, can you taxi in and put the nose of the airplane under the overhang area like they do? So we got to see if it'll do that for us too. All right, why are you upset? Nav is upset with me. Let's just turn off the flight directors and it'll stop flashing at me. So the big radar dome, I think the radar dome is still there. And this whole area is a big old part. And they've got some pretty cool airplanes that they brought in here. Whoops, come on. I thought we'd have to taxi to the construction site. Oh, well, we have to taxi to the car. We have to taxi in here and go to a special parking place where people can get out, because they have to take them over to that one special bridge that, you know, apparently Tom Hanks did not destroy or cause a problem with, like the spaceship and the airplane and everything else. So I bet there's going to be a car ride out to that special bridge. I can't remember how to pronounce it. They did a nice job on the terminal at night. I really kind of like the way they did that. Nothing inside. Tomb Trekker's back. They did put an awful lot of airplanes here. I think they ought to give us an option to be able to take out all the 727s. Holy moly, somebody's got a big A310 there. When we park, can we go today and look around? Sure. It's actually pretty neat right now, but yeah, we can do that. All right, APU. Pull it and turn it. I don't think that I saw any part of here that had what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think, let's come on over here. There's somebody in that parking place. So we'll go over and grab this one. I don't think that I saw anybody, any of the terminals modeled. So that really nice picture that you sent of the inside of the terminal, we don't get to see that. APU should be coming on up, and altitude off. And there's our cute little F100 coming on in, which I think I discovered. I went to the Flight Sim, classic Flight Sim roots page, and found out that they did fly, this airplane flew into Tempelhof back in the day. So they flew the F100s in here, I think. I don't think we're coming into an actual parking place here. So we're kind of making our own. Probably about as good as we're going to get. Parking brakes. I do have an APU up and available. So let's turn off that nose light. And since the APU is available, we can go and do engine number 1 and engine number 2. Probably ought to put the flaps up first. I forgot I taxied with my flaps out. Gotta put the flaps away. Otherwise, that could cause a flap with the boss. All right, flaps are up. Engine number 1 and engine number 2.
Through both the manual and cross check.
Let's come on up here and get GSX to give us a... no, I don't really want to do that. I just want to go and get a... I just wanted to go get some stairs. Well, fine, be that way. Okay, so with all of that in there, we don't really need to do anything else. Oh, I could turn off my bacon. Bacon is off, and the airplane's secure. Let's get our cute little drone cam. There's a lot more. Polyat when we park it. Oh, yep, we're going to do that right now. So if we come on in here, Sunjammer has scenery sorted. Oh, did we get the airplane under the canopy? Oh, yeah, look at that. We got that. So if it's raining, the passengers will not be rained upon. So it was kind of close. I mean, if the rain's coming from outside, that might be a bit of a problem. But I guess basically you just walked right over here and walked into the terminal, walked up the stairs and into the door area. Lots of stairs. We've got, oh wow, imagine that, a VW van. So lots of BEA stairs here. Please use handrails when ascending and descending the stairs. Please put 1 foot in front of the other. More handrails. Fire exit, keep clear. Okay, those have got to be fire exits. They did a really good job with those poles, those support posts. Sunjammer said that back in the day, BEA, they were the main airplane. Looks like we got a 737 over here. A very nice new 737. It's a 700. There's a big set of Pan Am stairs. Let's see. Sunjammer is over by the 707. Is Joe Petroni over there? I know, I was a little surprised to see that too. So that's got to be Sunjammer. There's the 707. It looks like somebody's got a 767 over there. If we kind of come up over there, you can see there's a nicely done TV tower. There's a power plant over there. So there's a really cool power plant. Here is a tower. I'm going to guess that was probably for some sort of official use over there. Collimators on a 5-stream streak, welcome. And lots of buildings out here. So there was so much office space. But I'm going to guess that you would go ahead, and this looks like a drive up over there for passengers. So you kind of drive up over in here, not necessarily over here in the middle. Although there is a drive up in here with buses, with double-decker buses. And oh my gosh, it says it's Templehof, and they're advertising Jägermeister. Wow! So there's an advert for Jägermeister there. What's this? Here is an ad for Persil. Don't know what that is. That would be a tower for Rapunzel over there. So we have double-decker buses coming out here. Okay, what do we have over on this one? Schultheiss? I'm guessing this is going to be a kind of beer. Oh, that's washing powder, and then this is another beer. Irvi cannot mention out, so your housemate is still. Persil is a washing detergent power. So they're advertising detergent and beer. So your housemate is still feeling a little bit green from the big party. And it looks like there's another drive-up area over here. So it looks like you could have driven up 3 different areas to drive up to the terminal over here. Just if you mention Jaeger, your housemate turns green? Really? So they did a really nice job, I think, of this. It might be nice if they decide to go out and flatten it out and not rely so much on some of the photogrammetry, because it looks a little funky next to some of the nice stuff. So there's the big radar dome over there. And I'm guessing that this was probably a military terminal down at this far end over here. So we've got a C5. And then it starts to get kind of dark over here. But if you kind of come up here, you can see the lights of Berlin are really starting to pop on and be nice here. All right, and if we look over here, we should probably see the downtown area there. I did go bouncing around the downtown area. There is this area over here, and it's okay. So to give you an idea, there's the runways that we landed on. There was the taxiway that we took to go in there. If you look over here, there's this huge green area. There's a football pitch. I'm going to guess those are tennis courts, so maybe this is a recreation area of some sort. And then there's, a nice little wooded area here. So this scenery was done by Miltech, and if you've got Miltech, you can go and set up some missions within their mission editor, which you can access. Here's something kind of interesting. Maybe this is a fire station out here in between the 2 runways. Oh, I know what this is. This is a U-2 spy plane. There's a U-2 spy plane over here. I'm not surprised they put this in there because Polyot says that Miltech is making a U-2 airplane. So we do have these over here, but I wasn't able to get any of the ILSs working, so I guess this is just scenery. But maybe eventually they'll work the scenery so that the ILSs and the navaids would end up working at some point. This is the page for it. So it's 16 US dollars if you want this, and it's basically Templehof from the mid 70s. And again, really nicely done. They've also done some downtown. So I did notice that they redid the Brandenburg Gate, which in default scenery kind of didn't look all that great. So they've gone and done that. You can also get the mission hub. They've got some other military airplanes if you want to learn to fly those. Yeah, it doesn't look like the horses on top of the Brandenburg Gate are melting anymore like they originally did in Flight Sim. Irvi wants a Stratofortress. And again, this whole area right now is a big open space. Apparently, there was a move to go and make the to make all of this, start putting in apartments and everything. But they've since I read in Templehof's Wikipedia page that was defeated by the voters, and the voters decided that they're going to keep it as a big open space. Irvi says there is a Stratofortress in development, and Flight Sim Max is back in chat. Hello, hello. Again, super duper neat airport. Really, really nice. Lots of 727s out here. There's a Stratofortress that's coming out by a developer known as Golden something. Okay, that was a nice flight. I could see doing a few more of these Air Berlin flights in here. Why don't we go ahead and let's recycle the sim and get the DC-6, and we're going to attempt to fly the exact route of the Berlin Airlift. I'm going to just recycle my sim. It doesn't take as long. I went in over the days off and I cleaned up some stuff in Stormy, and I had a bunch of drivers that were out of date and redid that, and I noticed that Stormy's a little more snappy these days. So I thought that that was kind of nice. We're still going to need these charts, but mostly we need the airlift chart this time. And we'll see what we've got. So we're going to go over to Frankfurt and come on in. And we'll fly this route here. So I'm going to assume that since everybody is landing to the east, Frankfurt is going to be departing to the east. So we would depart over here on 17 right. So, and during the airlift, they had us all depart out of the new Terminal 3, which is now active and being used. So you would go and set your airplane up here at the south side Terminal 3, taxi out, and away we go. Let's start the sim. I did set up a profile, so let's get a profile for the flight so we can actually fly a proper flight. Sim brief. They actually had a really interesting way that they gave flight numbers. That's over in another book. Okay, so EDDF. We're going to have to do EDDB again, unless we can figure out a way to add in Templehof into this database. Now we want a DC-6. And remember to try and get, so there's a DC6, there it is. And I think I've got one set over here for cargo. U.S. Air Force. So that's going to be my cargo variant. It's going to be in pounds. So departing off of 25 center, and we're still landing in east there, so that's good fuel planning. Let's go ahead and plan 15 minutes of extra fuel, just because I always like to add a little bit more fuel. And so all of that looks good. It's in pounds. Now then, for the actual airlift, we would obviously be in the class of airplane that would be faster. And they had a specific altitude for that. So if you're slower than 150 knots, you would fly, no, if it's faster than 150 knots, 8,000 feet or 9,000 feet. So let's fly out at 8,000 feet. If you're flying slower, like a C-47 or a DC-3, then you would be at the lower altitude. So we're going to plan for 8,000 feet. So let's see. Arrival fuel, tankering, MEL fuel, payload, 0 fuel weight, passengers, freight, alternate, scheduled, IFR, pounds, call sign, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, and we ought to change our route too. Contingency, reserve, block, arrival, tankering, extra. I believe they actually did their tankering. Oh, okay, there it is. Altitude. We said 8,000 feet. All right. Now then, the actual route would be DTAG full. So let's see what we can get away with here. DTAG Fulda, TFR. After TFR, the route would be UN, which is planter. Now, I don't think that any of this stuff is going to work. Maybe Fulda, but most of this is just going to blow up in our face. And I put those in chat for you. Let's hit analyze. Ready? Haha. TFR is not found. All right, let's see if maybe the other one works. Remember, TFR didn't work on our first flight, but maybe TOF did. Let's see if TOF works instead of TFR. TOF. Let's try that one. Analyze. Okay, well, so DT, AG, and UN are going to take us all over the world. Hey, Hunter Girl's here. Hi, Hunter Girl. Welcome in. I hope that you are surviving in the heat in Frankfurt. I have my spy hat on today. We're doing spy flying. Okay, so these aren't really going to work. Let's go take those out and do Fulda to TOF and see what that does. Okay, TOF isn't going to work too terribly well for us because TOF sends us all the way to Iceland. No, even further north. That's not a good idea. So let's turn off TOF. So it looks like Fulda. Yep, that's it. That's the only one that worked for me. Okay, well, we'll see what happens, right? Could be worse, could be raining. Let's generate a flight. Okay, so this is going to be the airlift route. And that works. Let's get a PDF of the flight. And that's going to give us our fuel weight. I need to save a copy to the desktop, and I bet you want a copy too. Desktop. Current plan. Save it. That's good. Okay, we good there? We're not on VATSIM, so we don't have to pre-file. Right? Oh, I was going to make a copy for you. C and Control V. All right, everything's done. You have a copy of the flight plan. We've updated everything else. I feel really weird because we're not updating the flight plan. So departing out of Frankfurt, we're doing nope, we don't need this one. We need this one. So it said 17 center. We would come out of the south side over here, probably cross at Romeo 15 and Mike 30 and depart there. After takeoff, you do an immediate turn down to the, I can't read it. It's too small. I have bad eyes. So our first waypoint is Darmstadt. It doesn't give us a mileage, but if that's 16 nautical miles, that's got to be what, 7? So 7 miles, and then we make a turn to 069 degrees, head for what we think will be the Aschaffenburg non-directional beacon, and then it's going to be 41 miles to Fulda, which we do know works. So that'll see what happens. And we know about our speeds, and speed was tremendously important. You had to do that. After Fulda, our heading is going to go out, bound 052 of the Fulda VOR for 90 miles. We'll check again and see if the Braunschweig non-directional beacon shows up, and we should be able to see it in the airplane that we're going to be taking. All right, let's get the DC-6. I don't think we need the spy hat anymore. We're delivering food and coal and also chocolates. The pilots also brought in chocolates and dropped them out of the airplanes to kids. All right, here is our Douglas DC-6. Darmstadt translates, and that Martel says that that would be Cologne City. Now let's configure it and make sure that we've got a cargo plane. Okay, that looks good. I'm sure I'm absolutely butchering those names. Now, because something has really gone crazy here, I need to go to controls. Yep, the keyboards are all weird. Turn that off. And turn this on. And save it. That works. Let's go to Frankfurt. EDDF. And we got to find ourselves someplace on the south side. So here's the new terminal, which, by the way, is open now. And I think they've now transferred operations from the old terminal down here. So my guess is the best thing to do is grab one of these spots down here. Remember on multiplayer, because I don't really think that they really want us flying around on VATSIM doing these kinds of things. Now, this airplane did just get updated, so I'm going to guess perhaps it might have to do a little bit of blossoming. So let's see. We also can do a regular VATSIM type of a flight after we attempt this. Oh, we also need to decide, should we change the time to daylight or fly at night? I think since we're low and slow, we might want to fly evening or morning kind of a thing so that we can, you know, do sightseeing and stuff. You know, be simulated tourists. And it's time to put away the coffee cup. and start going to Spy T. Let's see, did we get the flight plan updated? We did. Okay, so we're going to be 65,000 pounds. Oh, wow, that didn't take any time at all. That didn't take any time at all. Okay, that looks good. Ready to fly? There is our DC-6 with Assassin's Creed swords on the tail. Shift C. Ooh, I might have to add a couple of camera controls. I think we've been in this since I got the cameras and stuff. This was kind of a last minute thing, so I didn't preset these. They're pretty easy to do. Let's go and start up. Chase plane. Now, did I have a set of DC-6s here? PMDG DC-6. I got a bad feeling about it. Nope, we did have these. So we do have views. There's the radio stack. There's all of that. Good, we're all ready to go. We've got camera shots. Yay. All right. So let's go to the cute little cloud up here. Well, we're done with that. Now let's do the cloud first. It's still saving itself. So in this case, we decided we wanted to fly not while it's so dark. So go to custom. Let's roll back the clock, and that's probably pretty good there. A little before sunset, so we have a nice sunset arrival into Berlin. And we're done with camera views. And looks good. All right, let's go. Come on over here. Let's see, what do we want? We would like cargo doors, cargo entrance, tow bar, wheel chocks, pilot cover, pitot tube cover, ground power. We need ground power. And we're getting our cargo doors open. Now then, let's do... so that's our ramp manager. Let's do fuel and loading. Bryler Gaming, it's easy. There's a few things in there. The overhead panel, the start sequence. This airplane is not for the faint of heart. It really isn't. So you kind of have to be ready for that. But there's also an automated flight engineer, which, you know, is of course like some cheating, but you know, what can you do? Fuel, we need 6,980 pounds of fuel. Well, we have 16,536 pounds of fuel. That's probably a little much. So what we can do is we can do total fuel and start cranking it down. So let's crank down to 6,980 pounds. Although, again, I think that they had to tanker in their fuel going out. So you would have taken off a little bit heavy here because you had to take your return fuel. 6,980. There's 6,936. 7,036 is about as good as we're going to get. That's about as good as we're going to get. So let's do cargo. Our cargo that we got for our flight is going to be on page 3, and it's going to be 13,400 pounds of cargo. So let's come on down here. Here comes. Let's go 10,000 pounds here. We're going to put 10,000 pounds up top and 3,400 here. $3,400. So 1340 is about as close as we should get. And that gives us, I think, our proper weight and balance. We actually did that this time. Okay, so that's pretty good. Now then, let's see. Let's just come over to options real fast. We want the PMDG Bendix radios. We're not using the Asobo GNS system. Let's see. Realistic engine damage. Now, realistic start. I don't fly that. In fact, let's just leave this alone. We'll get the proper radios in, but that's about all we need. Maintenance. Our airplane's in good shape. Auto flight engineer. So now we should be loaded. Oh my gosh, and we are. Holy moly, we are loaded. We could even get the drone and drone over. Mikey JS just arrived. Hi, Mikey JS. Greetings back, fellow human. So we've got some boxes in here. Wooden pigeon. Handle with care. And boxes that are wrapped in plastic. Which if this were an episode of Twin Peaks, we would be worried about that, but Captain Whip just came in with a really nice resub. Hi, Captain Whip. Hey, thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. 45 months. Wow, has it been 45 months? That's pretty incredible. Thanks, Captain Whip. Welcome in, and thank you for being here today. We're doing something a little unusual. We flew a spy flight from Duxford into Templehof. There's a new Templehof scenery. And now we're going to do, we're going to recreate a Berlin Airlift flight. Cartel manifest. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. All right. So I think we're officially loaded. So let's go back to the ramp manager, and I'm going to close my cargo doors. It's not closing my cargo doors. Hey, it looks like it's closing the front door. Closing the front door. Okay. Let's see if we can close the back door now. Hey, we're closing the back door too. We're now officially loaded. There's also an entrance over here for the pilots. This door has an entrance that's kind of interesting. If you do a front cabin exit and front cabin stairs, and if you come over here, you see there's the door, and then the stairs should open out. They're really kind of interesting. It's kind of... They were also a little bit steep. Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. There they go. So it's more like a ladder for the pilots. Oh, at least they had a handrail there, but that was kind of a steep set of stairs to get up there to the front. And if you kind of come up here into the cockpit and take a look around, you'd look around here, and there was that door right there. So that was that door right over there. Captain Whip. So I believe that they have recently, made this, or I think they've made it native for Microsoft 2024. And I believe this is an airplane that if you got it for 2020, you don't have to buy a dozen cups of coffee to get it. I think it's time to go. Reminds me of climbing the stairs to go to see the cockpit. Those stairs in the Galaxy THX, those were pretty steep, weren't they? All right, now then, we're planning on doing VORs and everything else. So I think we have all the frequencies that we need. So I think we're ready to go. Let's do AFE. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll just go and get rid of the top menu. And before start checklist. I think we're ready to go here. All right, so our first checkpoint.
Voice recorder. Tasted. Oil coolers and cow flaps. Water in position. Fuel and fluids. Checked.
Rufus, did I say that right? Set. Welcome in, maybe.
Manifold and duct pressure.
Let's come over here.
Radios.
And let's go and import the new flight just so we can get weather out of Navigraph charts.
Doors and hatches.
EDDF, EDDB. There's our route. Now, if we look here on the VFR chart, let's see here.
Closed.
First of all, Darmstadt.
Out. Gear pins. Removed. 3 on board. Seat belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles.
I know that there was one for Aschaffenburg. Hey, here we go, Darmstadt.
Propellers. Forward and 3.
There is Darmstadt right there. There is an airport here.
Before start checks complete. Start engines.
So there is a small airport here south of Frankfurt. Do we have any kind of chart here? Nope, no charts at all. None whatsoever. So there's Frankfurt. Really the non-directional beacon though would have been south here. Okay. So there's the airport right there. There's Frankfurt, right? There's our airport. Nope, that's another one. There it is. Okay. So there's the airport south. I spotted a non-directional beacon down here. Well, we do have the Frankenstein VOR. We have a Frankenstein VOR that we could use. That's an RNAV waypoint. That's not a radio. We need radio beacons here. I thought I saw another NDB down here. Don't think I see that. All right, let's come on over here. I do remember Aschaffenburg over here. So we do have them. Do we have something here? That's an RNAV waypoint. Charlie. So there's a small airport here. Do they have anything? There's a VFR approach chart. There's a taxi chart. So there is the airport. Here's a VFR approach chart. There's a DME here. That's kind of interesting. Looks like this is a big helicopter airport, but I don't really see that there's anything there. There was one earlier. Okay, so what we could do is over here, south of Frankfurt, generally, what's that? I don't know what that is. There's radio points. They're probably getting rid of these too. So after takeoff, we could use the Frankenstein VOR here, or read. Why don't we look at this one? The Frankenstein VOR, it's a VOR DME. I'm going to add that to the route before Fulda. Let's add that to the route at Fulda. Okay, so we got that there. Now then after that, over here at Aschaffenburg, do we have anything we could add here? Don't see much of anything at all. One of the ways to kind of clean up the VFR mess on all this is switch on over to an IFR low chart, and that might show you a couple of things. Okay, we've got Charlie here. Charlie is just a DME. So we've got the Charlie DME over here. Anything else? Not really. Not anymore. They're all gone, aren't they? Well, we could add this as a waypoint here. Add that to the route. Add it. I would rather it be... let's not do that. It's a fix. Let's add it as a fix. Add before Fulda. Did it add it before Fulda? Yeah, it did. Okay, so that looks really good. That's about what we're going to do. I don't know that we can actually navigate with them. We can only use that as distance measuring equipment. Okay, so after Fulda, let's see what we got up here in Berlin. So here in Berlin, there is Brandenburg over there. Remember that over here. So if we look in here, remember that our airport is basically right in here. So there's a Schoenfeld, there's a Brandenburg VOR that we can use. It's going to put us a little bit further south. But we could use this one. I know this one works. The thing is we also came in and I saw there's Tegel. I think that works, but we dialed in another VOR. We dialed in this one though. We did the TOF 114.1. That's 1123. There's a non-directional beacon. Let's do a search and see if TOF appears somehow. Well, there's something in Russia. Not really. Let's go ahead and just use the Brandenburg VOR for now. And we want to put it after Fulda. We'll be slightly off, but it's not going to be great. After that, now there was a non-directional beacon. Oh, wrong set of charts. We need the airlift charts. So after Fulda, after TFR, we're looking for a non-directional beacon called Planter. I can't imagine that that's up there anymore. UN. And if it was, it would be showing up somewhere here. So over there, right here, this little spot here by Kaboom. Is that it? Is it Kaboom? Here at Kaboom, there's Teufelsberg right there. So we've got Tegel East, which is the non-directional beacon here, but we could put in Tegel East and put that in after Brandenburg. That's about as good as it's going to get for our flight. And then what we do is we fly the circuit in to come back around. I think that's about as good as this is going to get based on what it is that we have here. I think it's time to go. Let's do flying. I think we're ready to start engines. So starting engines on this thing's really cool. It's already preset us for the first one. So the way you do that is to start, you have these two switches. Oh, Polyot says elevate X. We should do that. Oh, and I forgot I have to go and change something. Rufus, we are departing out of Frankfurt and we are going to Berlin Templehof. Let's complete that flight and start a new one. Start tracking with SimBrief, but it's going to say I'm in an otter, so we need to come over here. And I need to remind myself that we are in November 500 EJ. November 500 EJ. Oh, come on. All right. Well, that says it's a DC6, but it doesn't look like a DC6. Let's go with it. I think it's a DC6. All right, so to start this thing, here's your starters. You're going to hear a voice that's counting, and what that is, the flight engineers looking out the window while the propeller blades are going past, and you prime and boost it as the propeller blades go past. Ready? Let's start it up. And to start, the real world, you squeeze these two together.
3, 6,
Primer,
9,
booster. The register is now being used by a 737. Morgs Ghost says this is a reminder. This looks like the show Ice Pilots. I'm going to guess that was a pretty chill group of pilots. You knew that was coming, right? You just saw it coming. It was like a train wreck. All right, let's go ahead. And the next thing that we have to do is we have to go and do the mixture. So mixture for engine number 4. And then for that, we have to come up here and we have to turn on the ignition to both, the engine selector to 4, the booster fuel pumps to low, and same drill. Start it.
3, 6,
Boost it.
9,
Prime it. Not necessarily in that order. All right, that looks good. And then if you look up here, you'll see the switches are going to slowly turn themselves off. And then you're ready to start another engine. So back here we go. We're going to start engine number... I always mix these up. I think it's the number 1 engine in case they have to walk up to the cockpit or something. So... same drill. The ignition goes to both. This engine start selector goes to number 1. The main fuel booster goes to low. And start it on, start it up.
3, 6, 5.
And there goes that engine. Polyod says that the owner was far from chill. So the owner of the Ice Pilots is not a chill person. By the way, when you're starting this airplane or taking off in this airplane at night, go outside and look over at these little ports here. You see where there's the scorching? You'll see flames shooting out of your engine at night. It's actually pretty cool. All right. And then our final... Oh, where is it? There it is. Okay, final mixture. Mixture on. Ignition. Starter. Fuel booster. And away we go.
3, 6, 5.
The show was a TV series and it followed Buffalo in Canada. That was that old cargo airline in Canada. All right, we're good to go here. Wait till the switches come back to normal. And then we'll go and have the after start checklist.
Selected boost pumps.
And it'll eventually disconnect the little ground power cart, which is right down there. They mostly do cargo, but they also do some passenger ops. They use old vintage piston airplanes, mostly as they can withstand the harsh weather. Okay, so this airplane has a really big control lock. And then from there, I need to come over here and see if my throttles are in good shape. Nope, they're really not. So what we need to do is I've got a preset for this. So get the controls. And what we do is go to the throttle quadrant and the airplane controls. Maybe it's down here. Yeah, it was down here. Oh, where is it? I had a special set of DC6 throttles here. F100, PMDG1, new airplane, Caravan, A380, 340, 404, PMDG, TFDI. I had a DC6 in here. I made them specifically for this a long time ago. Do we have something here? I don't think I've got one here. Well, this is annoying. All right, we're going to try this and see if this works. I know I had one. Something has changed within Microsoft Flight Simulator. Nope, those throttles aren't working at all anymore. So I know I saw those, they're locked and they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be locked. Nope, 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 don't want that. Want controls. Sorry about this. Hopefully we got enough fuel to do all this stuff. Okay, it's not going to be the keyboard. It's throttle quadrant. I can't unlock this one. Okay, that's engine 1 and engine 2. Okay, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Hang on. Caravan, that... Oh, look at that. No, that's not good. Let's try this one. Alright, we're going to use the A380s on this. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. Now we can do that. Okay, let's taxi out. I think we're ready to go and do that, right? Yep, we're ready to go. So, parking brakes are going off. The parking brakes are right down here. Parking brakes are off. It's got a real funky nose wheel on the turn. And when you tap the brakes on it, you hear squeaking on the airplane. But you can see you can do a pretty tight turn out of here, so you don't need to push back. I think I've got like all traffic turned on right now. And out we go. The squeak, is the squeaking the aircraft or the pilot? It's the airplane. I'm not that old. I am not that old. All right, so now we got some VORs to set up on our taxi out. You squeak? I'm actually pretty lucky. All right, our first VOR that we're going to try and hit today is going to be down here, and it's the Frankenstein VOR 117.5. So over on VOR 1, 117.5. There we go. Our next VOR is going to be Fulda. Fulda is 112.1. 112.1. Captain Cosmos, yeah, we're going to need VORs on this. The day after tomorrow, Rufus will fly as a passenger. Now then, what we really need to do is take the 112.1 and make it active over here. 112.1. That way we know that we're picking up that one. Before takeoff
Boost
checklist.
pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system.
Okay, 8,000
Down,
feet.
Forward. Pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20.
This was that cross taxiway thing that we're supposed to do because we're going off on the center runway.
Landing lights.
Clear, clear, clear to cross. We need some anti-squeal copper grease.
Extended and on.
Morgs go. I think that this was all going to be VFR in the day. Rhino is back in from Cape Town in South Africa. Good morning. Hey, thank you for coming in today. I hope you're having a really good afternoon. All right, so we're all ready to go. After takeoff, we make a right turn to 180 degrees. So we're going to go right to 180. Let's also go ahead and bug that down here. So we're going to dial 180 down here. That looks really good. Coming up on the center runway here. Let's see. I never set the altimeter, did I? Airports. Frankfurt. Weather. The altimeter is 1014. 1014 on our altimeter. Kind of hard to see. Oh, good. Of course, it's in inches of mercury. So the way we figure that out, what we could do is we could go to charts and taxi and airport, and that's going to tell us that the altitude is 363 feet. So we could come over here. 300. Yeah, it's about right. 363. That's about as close as we're going to get. And this should be our runway. Yep, that's our runway. We're ready to go. Let's go. I think I've got way too many airplanes turned on here. So first turn, we'll go ahead and track over here a little bit. First turn is going to be to the south. Not doing regular flights in airliners and not being on VATSIM has been fun. Now is a really good time to do all this because VATSIM, let's make it a dry takeoff. Let's go. A lot of VATSIM controllers are not, there's not a lot of events right now.
Stabilized. Cal flaps. Cal flaps. Cal flaps set. Full power, please. Going full power.
Engineers doing that for me.
power set.
Airplane's a little upset with me. Oh, I know why. It's really heavy. It's really heavy. I bet we're gonna stall. That's right, you can see the flames coming out of the engine. Are we gonna hit those trees? I think we're gonna hit the trees. I don't think I did something right. This is bad. We're gonna go into the trees, folks. Oh my gosh, I did something horribly wrong here. Well, at least it wasn't 1,000 feet per minute, but something was really bad. How about if I reset this? This was not good. I did everything. I think I did everything. It'll buff out. I know, minus 469. Hey, you know what that means, right? 469. They don't have to do a gear. They don't have to do a gear inspection, right? 10, 10, and 10. A bit of a T-cut. Something went really wrong. What did I forget? I forgot something, but I don't know what it was. Okay, this should be a faster start up here. Sorry about this. Yes, we're just tanning the underside. All right, I don't know what happened. Yes, there will have to be a roof inspection. Wow, that was really weird. Okay, so fuel manager. Okay, the fuel is supposed to be 69.80, and it's in pounds, right? I don't know what went wrong. Yeah, the RPM seemed low. I don't know what that was either. Okay, fuel. 6980. Rufus has got to fly tomorrow. All right, first of all right, I got a private pilot's license, but I haven't flown in years. So your pilots are going to be a lot more professional than me, right? So you don't have to worry about that. And our 13.4, we decided 1,000. Oh, now it won't let me load. Maybe it wants me to open the doors first. Maybe I have to open the doors. That's right. No, I did not forget the gust lock. I did the gust lock. I mean, this one's a pretty substantial gust lock, too. It is a substantial gust lock. So something was weird. Okay, we getting the doors open here? Could it be the throttle profile? It could be that that was it. Well, the main cargo door won't open.
Cockpit pre-flight.
All right, it's doing that. Let's see if I can load this again. Ramp manager, 7,000 feet.
Voice recorder.
It's not letting me load anything.
Oil coolers and cow flaps. Auto in position.
It won't let me load. It let me load the fuel, but it won't let me load cargo.
Set.
Morgsco says it could have been the throttles weren't all the way up. So let's take a look. We can check that here. We can undo this and let's see. There's engine number 1 and 2. There's engine number 3 and 4.
Doors and hatches.
So you can see they were all the way up here. I don't think we do anything with that. That's the reverser.
Door warning lights. Out. Gear pins.
The reverser doesn't work, but I can live with
Seat
that.
belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles. Set to
Let me
idle.
do the radios really fast.
Forward and 3.
1175.
Exhaust
1175.
checks complete. Start engines.
And we'll worry about folder later. Start 1. Let's pop that back in while we're starting. I don't know if that's important, but we'll try it again.
3. 6. 9.
Zach liked those the spy songs from earlier. We're just doing a really fast start here. Maybe because I was changing those during the startup process, it got cranky with me. Yeah, those are special spy songs that Polyot created.
9.
No, but I played them at the beginning of the live stream today. I played actually 3 of them at the beginning of the live stream today. We'll try it again. But no, I haven't put any of the songs that you created on YouTube yet. Altimeter, we're just going to go with it right there. First course heading's going to be 0. Beam drifter, we are already there. And one more engine to start. And we'll start our taxi out almost immediately.
3, 6, 9.
And one less set. Well, it wouldn't let me load the plane, but we have fuel. It's nice to be. This is actually a favorite place. I like flying in this part of the world. German airports are great. The countryside is really nice, so I actually enjoy flying here.
Start selected boost pumps.
So now it's going to turn all the pump switches off.
Off and off. Battery switch.
Off.
Plane battery.
You see some of the switches up there.
Generators and inverters. Checked and on.
Beam Drifter, thank you for coming by.
Armed. Ground power.
Let's see if we can taxi out here again. I don't have the passenger views set. Okay, so again after takeoff, heading is 180 for about 6 miles, and then we make a turn. It's going to be dark by the time we get to Berlin on this flight. It's taken so long. Yeah, we were over. So back in the day, VATSIM Germany did a special event. I think this was back in 2018. And it was a special event on VATSIM. It was a special anniversary of the Berlin Airlift. And a lot of the airplanes that took off on that was on the South Terminal down here. So now, of course, you know, and back in the day, it was just this great big empty, you know, parking lot where they did all the cargo flights to go into Berlin. Well, now, of course, it's that brand new terminal that you guys just got opened and is now open for business and flying. But at the time, there was all that space for cargo planes. And that VATSIM event basically took us around there. And that's what we're doing. I'm going to change the clock a little bit because we've taken too long. It's going to get dark soon. So let's roll this back a little bit here. Just cuz. Hates Rat says Spy Hat and Hydrate. Welcome on in. Let's go with this one. This isn't really a spy mission. This is a huge cargo mission. Welcome on in. But yeah, so, and we're also not on VATSIM for this kind of a flight too. Just getting dark right now in Germany. Yep, it's just getting dark now, and it was a beautiful arrival going into, it was a really nice arrival going into Tempelhof earlier. But this airplane, we've kind of got to look out the window a little bit more. So beautiful sunset tonight. In 3 days, Zach gets to go to Munich. So you going out there for a business trip, or do you get to go to Munich for family, or is it a vacation? Sunset really is cool. Well, you've got some really interesting, you know, buildings and other places that I can see from the simulator that have really interesting lights, and I'll bet it's a really nice time then. Really nice time in Frankfurt. You know, a number of buildings. You know, out at the airport, there's the hotel and railroad building that has that blue neon light around that. There's also a couple of buildings that have more than just normal lights, which are nice too. Zach has a summer holiday.
Fuel selector and crossfeed.
You're going to the home of Dachshunds.
Autopilot and carb heat.
Okay, here's our turn out.
Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20. Flaps set 20. Windows and turbine. Controls. Dust lock released. Free. flaps. Bridge unlocked. Set. On. Landing lights.
So Zach gets to start holiday soon. And you're going to go see the home of dachshunds. Any other places that you're planning to go, or is that the big highlight, going to see that? Nobody over there. Okay, usually with this airplane, I do like a rolling takeoff. Let's go to a complete stop here on the runway and see what happens. Okay, we're all bugged there at 180. 100 Girl will be right back. We'll be right here.
Stabilize. 30 inches stabilize.
Throttles are coming up. Now I've got my throttles to full. The engineer is running them.
30 inches stabilized. Cal flaps. Cal flaps. Cal flaps set. Full power, please. Going full power.
There they are going up again. I can see them going up there. Did I call you Shirley? All right. You can see that set. The airspeed's going up a lot faster than it did before. I don't know what's different. Gear going up. I don't know what I did differently. The airplane also is not very heavily. Yeah, well, the airplane itself is not as heavy as it was. Okay, we're going to try and go south. So, right turn, 180 degrees.
Flaps up. Flaps going up.
I need to get some windows set up here. Oh, look at that. I'm picking up the VOR. We're 15 miles. We're 15 miles now. From the VOR. And our altitude was 8,000 feet, right?
Climb power. Setting climb power.
So we're going to go straight to that VOR. There is direct to the Frankenstein VOR. Okay, that looks good. Now let's go get the AP working for us here. Hi, Russ. We're doing good. By the way, if you want to fly this airplane like a real pro, Russ has done a really, really nice checklist, so you don't need to have the automated flight engineer working for you. Okay, so basically here we've departed Frankfurt and we're going down here. Now the original waypoint is Darmstadt right here. So what we do is we make the turn out here and we're going over here to what would have been known as a Schaffenberg, according to the old flight plan. So straight down here, we're using the Frankenstein VOR there, but around we go here. So looking good out there. And I put us in here. We need to start climbing a bit. We're going to 8,000 feet. I know, isn't it great that we didn't die? Now there's a small town that we come by, and that is Darmstadt. And I think that that's the waypoint. Be great if we could add a few of that, the original waypoints back to this. You could do it in X-Plane, which was really neat. Okay, so it looks like we've got some sort of a highway here. Let's go to the VFR chart and see. So yeah, we're following this road. There's the Darmstadt. That's our original turn point right there. So you can see where the road basically turns. It splits off. That's it. That's our turn. Our next heading is 069 degrees. So we come over here. Right turn. Right? Left turn. Left turn to 069 degrees. Let's go ahead and dial that over here and get a little bit of help. 069 degrees. High short to ground. That's the AF5 road. So the original was to make the turn here at Darmstadt and go over to Aschaffenburg, which is over there. And that road that was taking us south out of Frankfurt that we were following, short to ground, says that's the A5. 5,000 feet, we're cleared to 8,000 feet on this one. Let's shallow out our turn a little bit here. And look at that, we're coming right onto the turn. Rufus has got to call it a night. Good night, Rufus. We'll see you next time. Have a wonderful evening. And that is about as good as that's going to get. Press the quarter, and that ends the turn. And now what we're going to do is follow this path over here to this small town here. And then that takes us up to the Fulda VOR. Fulda is our next VOR. It's the real one, and that's 112.1. Let's see if we're picking up Fulda. 112.1. And we're going to set that over on the backup. 112.1. Not the backup, but VOR2. And what we want to do is see if we're picking up Fulda. Oh, yes, we are. So, what we do with that is, do we have a DME from here? 16 miles is when we should make the turn. And then the turn out is 027. So let's go ahead and dial in 027 right now. 02, there's 5, 6, 7. Let's flip the radios. And we're going to flip the radio over there. Now we're picking up Fulda. So what we want to do is we want to see when Fulda comes over here. Let's go and put, let's not worry about that. You follow the VORs like we're doing NMM. You also do a lot of looking out the window. So right now, as we come on over here, there's going to be some towns, but we're coming up on this town here. Looks like there is another major roadway that we're going to be crossing when we make the turn here. You could have also done a serious dead reckoning thing on this. 500 nautical miles? Is that really 500? No, it should only be 41. Oh, no, it's not 500 nautical miles. It's 49.5. Whew. Okay. So these old original charts from VATSIM Germany, we're now between Darmstadt and Aschaffenburg to make this turn up here. There's 7,000 feet. Well, yeah, you know, you didn't climb that much. And on the route that we're doing, it was so full of airplanes. It was so full of airplanes that you had very specific altitude and a time. Okay, 1,000 feet to go. So I like to come over here and let's reduce our rate of climb just a bit to about 400 or 500 feet per minute. How are we doing? So this would have been a non-directional beacon that's no longer there anymore. So we can't go in on that. And the airport itself was on the east side of town, on the west side, southwest side of town. So if we come out here and we look, and co-pilot looks out here. There's also a river. Keep an eye out for the river. And we're looking for their groovy little airport. And actually, the airport should be off of the wingtip there. We've passed it. And if you look here, now we're centered up. We need to make our turn. It's time to go to Fulda. Start the turn. And reduce it a little bit. And zero it out. Martin, did I miss seeing the runway? Okay, we're almost right on our path. I missed seeing the runway. So now what we're doing is we're going direct up to here to Fulda. Irvy's got steak and kidney pie tonight, homemade and in the oven, and a bacon and egg sandwich the housemate decided to make. Irvy, is it Jägermeister pie? I'm sorry, that was mean. I shouldn't have been so mean, right? It was straight down, so we kind of just flew over it, Martin. Okay, we need to get kind of centered up on our turn here. So let's just go ahead and get a little bit of a turn in. How's our altitude? Oh, 8,000 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, and altitude hold. Altitude hold. Jägermeister pie. So, Hunter Girl, Irvy has a housemate, and the housemate went out for a little party a couple of days ago and came home about 5 shades of green. So, we're being a little bit annoying about certain kinds of beverages. Now then, our next VOR that we care about is going to be after Fulda, we have to make a turn. And then the VOR after that is going to be the Brandenburg VOR. Brandenburg is 114.1. So we care about, we need to come over here, 114.1. It's not in the exact right place, but it will do. 114.1, and that's on the backup. So what we'll see is as we're getting close, we're 32 miles away from Fulda and we're 269 miles away from Brandenburg. So we got that set up there. So we're going to be able to do that. Now there's another non-directional beacon, and the last time we did this, it was active. So it's the halfway beacon, and it's Braunschweig. I'm sure I'm butchering these, sorry. But what we want is 369. Let's see if we can get that tuned in. So let's see. 369. And let's make that active. And that's going to be that. Every time I mention a certain alcohol, Irvy's housemate turns green. Martin, you're happy when you, you're happy you don't drink. I can do an occasional pint of beer, but I've kind of, green like that, Hunter Girl. It's like, I had a little bit too much. Ooh, that kind of deal. But I don't do that very much. I just don't have time anymore. And on days off, the last thing I want to do is sit around, not feeling great. So, all right, we're looking really good. We are 25 miles away from Fulda. We are 271 miles away from Berlin. Now then, what we also need to keep an eye out for is the non-directional beacon. Now, I don't know if this is still going to work or not, but that's going to be this. And that's our halfway point. So back in the day, you were supposed to report passing Fulda, and then you reported at the intersection when that non-directional beacon popped in. We're 221 miles from our turn. And what's really cool is if you look out the windows, I mean, the farmland's probably changed. There's a lot more. There's a lot more.
Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Population, but this is what it would have looked like for that. It's better to have a talk with somebody than have a bottle of wine alone, and getting more deep into that. It is. JSG Droid is here, almost 4 years. Hi, JSG Droid. Thank you for a tier 3 sub. JSG Droid has been flying with us for 46 months right now. Probably one of the biggest supporters of me and this silly little channel. Welcome in, JSG Droid. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. But yeah, it's much better to spend some time with a real person. All right, we're 16 miles out. Our new heading is going to be 052 degrees. Let's go ahead and make the turn here. 052. That's going to be our heading out of Fulda, okay? So in 14 miles, we turn right to 052 degrees. And in this case, during the airlift, there was a corridor, because technically, once you pass Fulda, you were over East German airspace. And that is, no, you can't. You stay within these 20 miles or there's an international incident. Well, we don't want that. So you have 20 miles on either side of that variable, of that line. $11 miles to go. You can see we're a little bit off the turn here right now. So let's go ahead and do a bit of a turn here. So we get a little bit closer to right on, pointed right at the Fulda VOR. And then if you want to cheat a little bit here, you can come down here to, and check and see, and you can see, yeah, I'm off a little bit of Fulda here. So I'm doing a bit of a turn. And what I'm trying to do is basically center that little needle straight up there. Lucifer the cat has forgiven you yesterday's gas attack. Yeah, apparently Martin went to Taco Bell the other day, and Lucifer the cat was not pleased. Okay, so there it is. And it's straight up and 0 the turn. We're 6 miles to go. Our new heading is 052. Did Lucifer also turn green? I don't know that cats turn green, but they have wonderful ways of letting their humans know that they are displeased. And don't ever do it again. Okay, 4 miles out, when we're about a mile out. And if we look over here, kind of look over there and see, Fulda's just the VOR station. The cat made puking sounds. The cat just being overly dramatic. 2 miles to go. There we go. 242 miles from Berlin. And let's make our turn now to a heading of 052. I think the thing is after Fulda, you were technically in airspace where, you know, they weren't happy. And there is 052. We're slightly off of that. So I'm going to go just a few degrees beyond it. How about 055? 055 and see if we can. Now, the biggest thing, keep that centered. Okay, so it's centered. Let's go back to 052. And put it right behind us. And so that's the bottom needle and centered. And the goal is don't let that get too far off. The problem is not only is Lucifer a cat, but the cat is orange. And apparently orange cats think they're something very, very special. Okay, we're slightly off here. Do a little baby turn. That's probably good enough. Now then, there was another part of this, and I'm not doing a good job of this at all. You can see our speed is approximately 230 knots. 230 knots. If you look over here, there was a special speed, and based on your altitude for that day, because of the number of airplanes, your speed had to be exact. So we're at 8,000 feet. That's for speeds higher than 100, and I think that's a 5. Yeah, greater than 150 knots. But coming out here at warp factor 10 wouldn't have been allowed. Oh, we're a little bit off. The wind's blowing us. Wind's blowing us a little bit there. Got to center that thing back up. Let's see. It's 90 miles from the Fulda VOR, which is when we're supposed to see if that non-directional beacon shows up. I think that's about as good as we're going to get. And then if you want to cheat, well, we're pretty close to on our cute little line here. So that's not so bad. No, that's not so bad. We're looking fairly nice there. It's centered. So we haven't violated the... Oh, we're now on the other side. My guess is the real pilots, they, you know, for most of the airlift, they didn't have this nice gyro pilot like we're using right now. And so that was, you know, hand on the stick the whole flight. Days before autopilots, it was a lot of work. We can come over here and just see what's happening in the exciting world of VATSIM. It's got to update Navigraph. Okay, we're still centered up there. We are 19 miles out. When we're 90 miles out, we should probably start losing that VOR, but we should start picking up the other VOR. All right, what's going on here in the U.S.? Well, it looks like we got the New York's up, Denver's back. Let's see, it's Thursdays in Toronto. Last time for Thursdays in Toronto, I think we came in via Boston. We could, looks like Midway is up. So there's a little ATC around Midway, and we could go into Toronto. We could do a Midway departure. It looks like Detroit's asleep. Evansville, never heard of that. Dulles is up. Toronto Pearson. It's runway 23. 24 left and 23 for the arrival in. A little off to the side here. It's a cargo plane, so they had limited views here. But one of the things that we can do is we can go ahead and we can get some other views set up. So we've got a view of the engines right here. We'll go ahead and take that view. And then I had a view over here. So there's a back view of the of those there. This is probably a nice one. So now we got a front view and a back view. And we save those. And we're right spot on there, so that looks really good. I was reading this wrong. 347. That says 93 miles out. Is it getting smaller? No, it's getting bigger. I don't think that's picking up Brandenburg. 114.1, right? EDDI 114.1. It's a high altitude, so we should be picking that up at any time. And what we could do is we could set this up in the middle here. So we'll set that up, and so we'll see when we get to the middle of that. That's when we should plan to flip it over. And that's correct there. Co-pilot saying passing. Got a cute little airport over here, and they keep track of all of that. So that's going to be this little, let's see, Eisenach Kindle Airport. I guess that's where they make the Kindle book readers for Amazon. Kidding. Actually, lots of little airports out the window here. There's a field of wind turbines. We're looking good here, but we could do just a brief correction. And that looks good. Hi, Landy. Thank you for coming in. A real Delta 441 today. That's right. So you were on frequency, and you got to talk to a real Delta Flight 441. Did you end up looking up to see where they were going, where they were coming from, and check out the airplane? Ontario Bear said posture check, but it was 17 minutes ago, so a little bit late. Thanks, Ontario Bear. Oh, we should have done cruise.
Set cruise power, please.
I forgot to set cruise.
Power.
Whoopsie. This is even harder if you've got strong winds. And right now we don't have really strong winds in this area. I looked earlier on the morning weather, and there was a bunch of the jet streams way north here. There's a big, strong area of high pressure right now. If we go over here and do IFR low, kind of clean that out and zoom it back here. And if we hit the weather tab, so there's been a very, as you know, strong dome of high pressure. It looks like it's starting to move south a little bit. And that's going to be kind of nice. If we come over here and just turn this off for a sec, we'll see if we've got any rain in the area. And then we can go and put mean sea level pressure back in. So holy moly, check this out. Some big areas of thunderstorms. This has got to be thunderstorms and everything coming out of France. And another line, it was just south of Frankfurt. My guess is that's going to be moving to the northeast based on the way that looks over there. So 100 Girls says, so these are these right here, right? So Frankfurt's right there, and you're expecting to get these in the next few hours? Well, I would say so. We can go ahead, and if we go and turn off the surface map, the highs and lows, and now we're just going to have these, zoom it out a little bit, then we can go and put the map into motion here, and it'll give us, I think it's the last 3 to 6 hours and 2 hours in advance. Landy said that the Delta 441 was Atlanta to Dallas. You caught them talking to approach the same time you were, Landy? Really? So Atlanta to Dallas. Okay, so there's that right there. There's Frankfurt. So it looks like the heavier stuff is going to stay south of you, Hunter Girl. It looks like it's going to stay south. You've got some scattered to the north. Now, this is not as good as your local radar. This here is a composite. It's probably a little bit old. And so as cool as it is, if you're sitting at home underneath some scary weather, I would look at your local weather. as opposed to something like this. But that looks really pretty good. Looks like it's clearer the closer we get to Berlin. On our flight, Detroit to Toronto or something like that, it looks like we've got some low pressure off Newfoundland coast. I don't think it's, there's low pressure south over Idaho right now. I don't think that that would affect, you know, Midway or Detroit up to Toronto. It was a 717. No, they're starting to retire the 717s, aren't they? They're starting to retire them. Okay, let's come on back in here. And I'm going to switch it back over to VFR. And put the tracker back in. And not so bad. Let's look and see how much we've drifted off while we were weather geeking. Not much. There must not be an awful lot of wind here right now. But it will catch up on you. So a little bit of a turn over here. IQB, remember, welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today. So my guess is when we pick up the Brandenburg VOR, we'll get the secondary VOR pop in here. So there's two dials. VOR 1 is the single line. VOR 2 is the double line on this one. And so what we'll get is that will pop on. DT, hi DT, welcome aboard. You've got a night shift at EDDV at Hanover. It's break time. Cheers, DT. Thanks for the mug. Welcome on in. Thanks for checking in. We did a special spy flight. There's a new scenery for Templehof. And so we did a spy flight in the F100 in the out of Duxford. And we went down to Brandenburg and checked out the new scenery for Templehof. And now we're flying the original route of the Berlin Airlift from Frankfurt into Berlin. And it's the same route that they flew. So we have to make sure that we stay very close to that center line so we don't get 20 miles out. Otherwise, you know, people would yell at us. We're not on VATSIM though. We're just kind of chilling here.
Subscriber confirmed.
But welcome in, DT. Thanks for coming by.
Agent.
Hope it's not a long
Loyalty
night shift tonight. Is it all the way until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning? Hey, Alex just did a nice resub. Thanks for the resub. Hey, Alex. Hang on a sec. The obligatory sneeze. Sorry. Hey, Alex. Thank you for a resub for 45 months. Really nice. Thank you for 45 months of helping me to keep this silly thing going. All right, now then, we are coming up on 74 miles. Remember, we switch over at 90. Let's see if we got any thunderstorms popping outside. Couple of clouds. Oh, we made it to 33. Give me a quick second. I'm going to come over and do... I'm going to go over and do a quick adjustment of the AC. Is now on YouTube. I didn't know you were on YouTube. Thanks for saying hi on YouTube. Thank you so much. Hey, Alex, thank you. DT said there was an airlift to Templehof from Hanover too. And then there was also an airport in Sealy. So you also, there were airlifts out of there going down to Templehof. That's pretty amazing. And let's make another turn. There's 80 miles. And center. I haven't found anything on that, but I'll look and see if I can find anything on the routing from Hanover. The information that I've got is from VATSIM Germany. All right, it's 81 miles over here. There's 81 miles over there. So welcome in on YouTube. You'll have to tell me if the quality is a little different, better. At 90, we should start to pick up the other VOR. Let's see, all of that's off. Let's turn off the top menu. 85 miles. Let's see how much we've strayed from our course. We're doing really good. I mean, look at that. We're right in the middle of that. That's really great. Let's see. Both are good. So whether it's Twitch or YouTube, it's working out. Now, another thing is at this halfway point, there was a non-directional beacon basically somewhere up here. And you can see there is Braunschweig 427. There's another frequency. Let's look and see if we can get 427 loaded in. So 369, let's see if 427. 427. DT says the weather's changing. It's hot, 80 plus. You got a bunch of warm air pulled in. So it's also really humid, right? Okay, there's 427. Let's see if we're picking up Braunschweig. No. Yeah, that's it. 427 BRU. And if we do end up picking it up, it's going to be this thing. It'll be up here. Those were the ADFs. So this would be ADF 1, I believe. Yep, that's ADF 1. So we should be able to pick it up there. Thunderstorms on the route. So most of the ones that we saw on VATSIM, on Navigraph, I mean, were south of Frankfurt, and that was about it. And Hunter Girls says they're going to move into Frankfurt in a little bit. Martel's going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. All right, so we are now 93 miles out of Fulda. We should be picking up the VOR, but we're not. So we're going to expect this little needle to all of a sudden go away and the other one to pop in. I'm not picking up that non-directional beacon up there. Oh, because that is not a non-directional beacon. That's the elevation of the airport. That's the elevation of the airport. No, it says it's a non-directional beacon, 427. And that is about halfway. Seems like it's a long way away from our flight path. Yeah, it's a long way away, but that's it. And we should be picking up Berlin any minute now. Hi, Berlin. Any chance you're going to show up here? 100 miles away from Fulda. Maybe this is a lower altitude. Martel, thank you for coming in. As always, I hope you're having a really wonderful evening. This says it's a high altitude VOR. 114.1. Maybe I don't know how to tune it. Oh, look at that. We're picking it up. So we're picking it up, and we just lost We just lost Fulda and we're picking up Berlin. And look at that, it's straight up. So what we do is we come over here and we flip this radio around. And now that's going to come over there. And we continue. And according to this, it's the inbound. So we continue 052 on the 232 radial for another 90 miles. Actually, we've got 76 miles out. Horizon Vector, Sun Express 5 Zulu, Zurich to Antalya. Antalya is one of those really, really cool airports. Really cool airports. That is kind of by the coast, and there's a really nice over-the-beach arrival into Antalya. All right, this looks good. So if we were on the airlift, we would have passed this point over here, and it says contact Berlin on 119.62, 30 nautical miles before you reach the Tempelhof VOR. That was the old Tempelhof VOR. We're using another one. It's going to be a little bit further south, so we're going to have to be visual coming in here. So 30 miles there. Afterwards, let's see what we can do here. So one of the things that we discovered is over here, Germany is basically landing to the east tonight. And we came in on the 9 right, and we started to pick up, I believe it was 114.1, the TOF VOR. So let's go and dial in 114.1 over here. Well, that's now the Brandenburg VOR. So I'm guessing that as we came into Tempelhof on that other flight, we were picking up Brandenburg at the time. We were picking up Brandenburg. So that's not going to help us out much. We were also wondering if maybe we could pick up let's dial in 329, the planter non-directional beacon, see if that's still there. So 329, let's see if that pops in. That would be nice. All right, we're going to listen for that. We could also check to see if TFR does show up. 1155. I don't think it will. 115.5. A lot of this is gone. Now, we were also really lucky on the arrival because we had waypoints. We were able to do the waypoint over Teufelsberg and then make the turn into the runway there. This one's going to be a little bit more different. Oh, and you can see we're slightly off course here. Not much. Not much. So to do this, as we come on in here, there is Brandenburg. I believe that this patch right here, that patch right there is going to be, that's Tempelhof. There's Teufelsberg right there. So what we want to do is before we get to Nuremberg, before we get to Brandenburg, we want to make a turn directly 360, fly past the airport, do what for 1 minute, and then 3 minutes, 1 minute, and land. I think we could pull that off. What could possibly go wrong? No fear. Although Sunjammer is going to call it a night, so that could get us into trouble. Good night, Sunjammer. Thanks for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. As you know, we will remain very well behaved while you're gone. Sure. Let's check the weather. Weather in Brandenburg Airport. So go to airports, and we want Brandenburg and weather. The altimeter is 1016. I think that's what it was in Frankfurt. So we'll just leave the altimeter alone. Dastinger, welcome aboard. You're going to be updating your life insurance. Not because you're afraid of the pilot flying along, are you? We've been pretty good on this flight path. I think we need to go a little bit to the right here. Yeah, we were starting to get a little bit off our flight path, and that's very important on the airlift flight. That's probably enough. Probably too much. Okay, descent. So let's see. From Fulda, you go inbound. There's Fulda to TFR. Inbound Templehof, expect vectors via the planter non-directional beacon to final. Let's see. Report passing nope, that's outbound. Wannsee is outbound. This was an interesting thing. If you did a missed approach, if you had to do a missed approach, you could not try it again. You had to go back to Frankfurt. You had to go back to your home base. They packed in so many airplanes that they had to resequence you in from back at Frankfurt, which was kind of interesting. And it doesn't get, okay, so at Templehof, it's above 2,000 feet and 2,000 feet at Planter. So we are at 8,000 feet. We're 45 miles out. Let's do spy squishy math here. So 8,000 feet minus 2,000 feet times 3 divided by 1,000 means I need 20 miles to do my descent to 2,000 feet. We're 44 miles out, so we don't have to descend yet. ZLP7 has updated travel insurance. ZLP is going to Chiana in Greece. That will be a very nice trip for you. Highway lights are coming on again. I think that the biggest difference, aside from the fact that the navaids aren't working, is we would have been expected to maintain a specific assigned speed by ATC, and everybody was going to do that. Keep in mind, in a 24-hour period, the busiest day, the busiest day of the airlift was 1,398 flights. $1,398 divided by 24. So I'm going to assume that's midnight to midnight. That means they landed 58 airplanes per hour. Unless my math is really squishy. And that would have been the busiest day. Oop, a little bit off. Gotta stay on that center line. Yeah, it was that was their busiest day. So 20 miles out, we'll start our descent. 360, past the airport, buzz the radio tower, and come back in. Cybex says that's one airplane, nearly one airplane every minute. My guess is they were also blasting airplanes off at the same time on the other runway. So landing them on one lands, take off, taxi, land. It was probably a really, really delicate dance that they were doing on all that. All right, 32 miles away from the Brandenburg VOR. Hey, the wings haven't fallen off. It won't show the actual line, but you can generally see if we zoom it out here from the point of our turn that we've been relatively straight on our course here. DT says that's it. Nearly one every minute, really? So it's about one every minute. No kidding. And so they were doing flights in. DT says they were coming in from Hanover. So they would also bring some airplanes in there. And 26 miles. It's about time to start our descent. Remember, it's going to be 4,000 feet. Why don't we start? Descent.
26 inches, please. Setting 26 inches.
Release altitude hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little clicks there. Take a look. We're going to try and get it to about.
26 inches set.
There's 500 feet per
Descent
minute.
checklist, please.
500 feet.
Altimeters and flight instruments.
1, 2, 3,
Cross-checked.
4, 5.
Seatbelt signs on.
There's about 1,000
On.
feet per minute.
Engine blowers low. Low. Descent checks are complete.
With some of the spy flight landings, we probably wouldn't have been rostered out of fear we may close the runway. Oh, they would have been kicked. We would have kicked us out of the lineup because we would have damaged the runway. Okay, and we want to stop at 2,000 feet, right? And there's our 20 miles out. Nah, they would have loved having the spy flight come in. They love spies. They just love having spies in this part of town. A little bit of a turn to the right. And reset. Got a little airport up ahead of us here. Some nice lakes. Not sure if this, if you have to worry about alligators in these lakes. But if there's spy flights in the area, there's always alligators. "16 miles from the Brandenburg VOR. Totally not CT. Hi, Totally Not. Is that CT for Connecticut? Hi, Totally Not. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Jim, let's take another look, and it's probably about time to make the call, right? So let's see, what do we got going on here? Chicago Midway is still up, so we would get Tower out of Midway, and Toronto is still up, so maybe we can do a flight. Detroit is up. We could do a flight from, probably have a short flight from Detroit to Toronto for Toronto Thursdays. Is it time for me to run a straw poll? Where's my straw poll link here? It's Gaming Masters with a new ACC. Okay, I remember that. Gaming Masters, how do you like your new name? And I'm just going to look and see if there's anything else on. It's really pretty quiet tonight. Really pretty quiet tonight on VATSIM. So just a couple of flights for full ATC. And the Chicago option that you're going to see does not have full ATC. Okay? So let's go ahead, and I put a poll in. It is in both Twitch and YouTube. You can vote on it. You can also check the results, and we'll leave it up for 5-10 minutes. Do a Canadian Rouge flight. I need to decide what to wear to the World Cup finals on Saturday. Really? How we doing? There's 4,000 feet. All right, we're kind of coming up on Berlin here. 1, 2, 3. Let's get that centered up there. We're 6 miles out, and we have to make a turn to the north, 360. So a baby bus Canadian Rouge flight. All right, that looks good. Zero that there. Now, according to this, we had to be below 2,000 feet by the time we got to Templehof and stay at 2,000 feet in the pattern. Looks like we're going to make it. So let's reduce our rate of climb a little bit, our rate of descent. 3.6 miles. We're going to be just right there. Okay, so that's starting to fly off, and the rest of this is going to have to be visual. Ontario Bear, McDo flight stick throttles and rudder pedals for products to buy for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think that those are really good. I think depending upon what kind of flying you want to do. All right, there's coming up on 1 mile. Let's start a gentle left turn. There's Brandenburg Airport, but we're coming up over here to Templehof, which is going to be up here. Okay, so turn here, and our heading is going to be, sorry, my voice is starting to go. I think I just need to trade it in and get a new one. And boy, it's all happening at once, isn't it? And stop the descent. There's our descent. Stop the turn. And let's see how we did. Okay, coming up on 360 and a little bit below 2,000 feet. Now then, I think 360 is not enough. We need to go another 10 degrees, because remember, okay, there is Templehof over there. So that's probably pretty good. And let's just go visual here. So there's Tempelhof over there. And once we do, we go a minute north. Why don't we go ahead and fly past Tempelhof, go to Teufelsberg, and come in and catch it that way. So we get to go and see the radio station twice. I don't know, Ontario Bear. I think you've got good stuff already. I'd kind of stick with what you got at the moment. And we'll, you know, and start adding stuff there. Detroit to YYZ. So it looks like Detroit to Toronto. Very nice route. That'll be full ATC, by the way. So that should be full ATC on that flight. And we'll figure out airplanes in a minute. Yeah, there's a Tempelhof, Michael. It's a really nice one. Okay. All right. I just updated the command. All right. So let's look over here. There is the airport. There is our runway. All right, let's go and do 90 degrees to the right. And we want to basically do 270. And the lights look pretty good. There's the TV tower. Hi, TV tower. I would imagine and you should expect to see the haze. There should be haze in there, for sure. Okay, we're just coming up. You can see the leftovers of Tegel. There's Tegel right there. There's the airport. So, Michael, the way to do it is you have to trick SimBrief and say, you're not going to go to Tempelhof, we're going to Brandenburg. We've looked to see none of the navaids are working. All right, let's go ahead and zero it out. And now what we're doing is we're going to look for Teufelsberg, the big radio tower, and that's going to be up in this patch of trees over here. No, you don't have to disable. In fact, I've got a payware for Tegel right over here. That's a payware that I've got for Tegel. It's Polyot's favorite airport. He loved just how spacious the interior of the terminal was. Well, you know what I've got to do now is I've got to go. All right, so I found the big radio station here. We now have to go find that bridge. And here's Teufelsberg over here. There's the radio tower. All right, so that looks good. Let's make another right turn. And it's time to do in range.
Cooling turbine. Normal. Fuel booster pumps.
Polyot is mostly annoyed about the fact that he went there and went to Burger King and they didn't put salt on the fries. I would understand that too. Lovis got to do a tour of Tempelhof.
Down.
Ooh, there's a big football.
No smoking signs.
There's a big football stadium, and there is...
In-range checks complete. Flaps 20. Setting flaps 20.
Okay, where's our airport? There's the airport. I have the airport. I have the runway. And Captain's got the airplane. Autopilot's off. Captain's got it.
Flaps set. Mixtures rich, please. Auto rich. Mixtures set.
You're coming down. Ontario Bear, was that Olympic Stadium?
Gear down and locked. 3 greens. Props. 2400 RPM. 2400 RPM set. Cow flaps. Plus 3 degrees. Cow flaps set. EDDI. ADI off. ADI is off. Landing lights. Speed good. Extending lights. Lights extended and on. Car beat. Car beat cold. Set cold. Before
All
landing, check is
visual.
complete.
And of course, that little post between plates of glass is right between me and the airport, and I can't see it. Okay, what's that? Welcome to Berlin. We made it. And touchdown 249 feet per minute. That seemed like it was such a light landing. It seemed like it was such a light landing. All right, so we did a nice little landing. We got all sorts of food and coal and let's see, what else did they do? They also brought in chocolate for the kids. They had this fenced area in here. They don't have there wasn't a mid-taxi. And my guess is that they really didn't like landing this way. I bet they liked doing it the other way. So there was no midway, and you had to come out here for the east side. And actually, they say don't use that taxiway right there. Use the other one. They didn't like that one in the middle. Oh, probably because there was that Air Force. Mikey Moz is back in chat. Hi, Mikey. Thanks for coming back in. Welcome aboard. We just did a Berlin Airlift route from Frankfurt to the new Templehof. Well, I wish IE SoCal. It really was not as buttery as I would like. but really nicely done. So really, you can use the Brandenburg VOR, you can use the Fulda VOR, and I think that was the only thing that I saw that worked. This is good microwave butter popcorn. I don't know, maybe a melted butter with a little bit of garlic in there for the butter on the runway. Jimmy Boy replaced your GPU thermal paste. Generally, it's a special thing. You can't substitute like toothpaste and stuff, right, Jimmy Boy? Was that a pretty big job for you? Polyot would rather have a sweet kind of butter as opposed to salty.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Mikey just did a follow. Welcome, Mikey. And I think with this scenery, they've got the military traffic over here. But in reality, they had them all in front of the terminal for loading and unloading. Love the squeaky brakes on this airplane. And I guess we can just come in right between the C-130 and the C-5. Make sure we don't bump the wingtip. Hey, look at that. It fits.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Mikey just did a resub. Mikey's been here for 57 months. Hey, Mikey. Thank you for coming in today. I don't know, are they limos or are they intelligence people out to say, we have reason to believe you're a spy. You're going to have to come talk with us. All right, parking brakes going on. Parking brakes are on. And parking checklist. And now this will go ahead and unload the airplane. That's right, I'm guessing that might be Gulag transport for us. And then there goes our engines down, and we made it. A really cool scenery. 3 cheers to Polyot who even found this. I never really even look over there. If you look over on Discord, I put links to the Berlin Airlift charts here. So all of these charts, there's a link to get those online. Also, there is a link to this package of 4 approach charts for Templehof. None of the navaids appear to be working, but as you saw, we could go and we could make some really nice waypoints in the F100 flight management computer, and it worked out really good. So we were able to create a initial waypoint. You can see we did a great turn right over the radio station and back. And if only the landing rate would have been a little bit nicer, it would have been perfect. So let's go ahead and complete the flight. Okay, let's come on over here. And let's go to the main menu. And did we decide we were going to do a Rouge flight up there? An Air Canada Rouge flight? So let's see. Detroit Metro. What do we got in Detroit right now? Detroit is departing runway 21 right and 22 left. 21 right and 22 left. So departing. Those are departure runways.
New recruit
Cool.
detected.
Let's see. Coming
Welcome
into
aboard,
Toronto.
agent. Stay
Games
sharp.
just followed. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And coming in, we're expecting 2-3, 2-4 right and 2-3. I'm going to guess 2-4 right. And they're going to be DT, the Templehof scenery is over at Miltech. I think they also have it available at Any Builds now. Hi, George. Welcome in. So I think those are the two places to get that Templehof. All right, all this looks good. Come on into Detroit. Let's see. I think Air Canada is up here on the north side. You got to connect your VATSIM account. The guy who developed and implemented the Berlin Airlift was Major General Lucius Clay. Your uncle worked with him before World War II building the Denison Dam on the Red River in Texas. Clay later became General Marshal's man for securing all the guns and butter to fight in two fronts in World War II in the Pacific. And yeah, the logistics that he came up with to be able to do basically an airplane landing every minute for 24 hours. I mean, that was a lot. That was a lot. Air Canada's up north. Okay, let's see. We are doing a Airbus flight. So I need to turn on some controls. Autopilot. And McDo. And SimApp Pro. Hey there, Furza Flying is in chat. Can you watch my IRL landing in Discord? You did your first landing, and that's great. We're running a little bit late, and we don't want to miss ATC. So if it's over on Discord, I can check it out a little bit later. But we need to get this flight going, okay? Otherwise, the ATC is going to be gone for tonight. So let's get the flight sim going. And here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we're going to be in a baby bus. All right, let's go and do a flight plan. Simbri, but Furza Flying, congratulations on a good landing. It was an IRL. Is that when it was one of your first? New flight. Okay. This is going to be Rouge, right? And I think for Rouge, that's a baby bus. Air Canada Rouge. Yep. ROU. And that's going to be, and we're going to be KDTW, and it's going to be CYYZ. That looks pretty good. Carol, what aircraft do you recommend? I'm going to try my next flight. It's going to be your first long haul. You know, like Polyot just said, that PMDG 777 is by far the most stable for me. The A350 is an incredibly cool airplane. It's just not too stable for me. All right, 22 right, 21 left. I don't think we're doing that one. I think they would blast us off on 22 left. I think it's going to be 22 left. And that's what that says. And 24 left. Yep, that's coming in there. That looks really good. There's a little bit of ATC, not a lot of traffic. Let's board 15 minutes of extra VATSIM fuel. So we've got that going on there. It's going to be an IFR flight. Kilograms. Yeah, I guess we'll see. Maybe it's different. Let's see. Russ has got more information about the Clay, the Quebec Conference. Churchill and Roosevelt planned D-Day. Americans skeptical of the Mulberry portable harbors, waterways. They ended up with the mulberries, though, right, Russ? The young engineer that headed up the project hired Russ and Russ's wife. No kidding. That's quite a connection there, Russ. That is a real connection. DT, it started raining here. I gotta go. Check the runway condition code. DT, thanks for coming in. Cheers as always. Have an incredibly good evening. We'll catch you next time. We will behave while you're gone, of course. Maybe. Okay, A319. It's going to be KDTW, CYYZ, and it's Toronto, Thursdays. And let's go change the title on Twitch, and we're ready to go. You can't figure out the output. I don't know. What do you think about wearing your Ravenclaw? Your Ravenclaw cloak and scarf. And see if anybody gets the joke. Okay, that looks really good. Let's go get a couple of little bits. Oh, how could I forget? We're flying on VATSIM on this flight. Whoopsie. Flight sim, pre-file on VATSIM. I'm so used to not flying on VATSIM. Oh, we also have to turn off multiplayer. Gotta shut down multiplayer. It's gonna get really confusing. Flight level 350. I'm gonna do flight level 310. It's a little high. Zetter to number 6 arrival. Sounds good. I'm not sure the Qatari Airlines. Oh, I didn't realize that it was I'm going on this to win somebody's business. No, you need to be uniquely classy you. Absolutely. And I need to save this to my desktop. Okay, so yeah, that's a little bit too high. There's the route. I'm going to put that in my notes. And the notes are in. We don't need the Templehof runways anymore. And we're going to have 103 passengers. I think we can handle that. Let's see. Mikey says there's a new Kansas City scenery out. I didn't know about a new Kansas City scenery. Qatari to watch the World Cup final. They are a sponsor, and we're trying to win their business. You have it in the bag, given that they're hosting. Yeah, your Hogwarts colors might not work. I would also suggest not wearing your Captain Pike cosplay Starfleet uniform shirt or a communicator pin. Perhaps also not using the Polyot Stealth adult beverage bags. Maybe that wouldn't be good either. Okay, everything's good there. And Air Canada's up here. Okay, so we got to get out of multiplayer. To do that, we have to do a few things before we set up our airplanes and stuff. Step 1, go into controls. We go to online. And from online, we're going to turn off multiplayer. And we're going to turn off multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. And that's good enough. Then we want to go into graphics, global rendering quality, and we want to go down to the bottom here, and we want to do parked aircraft low and off. And we want to turn both of those off, right? Apply and save and go back. All right, let's go get our baby bus. So search 319. And there is a baby bus and it's got rouge on the side. Save and go back. Not going to be there long. Flying into Teterboro Saturday night, watching the World Cup Sunday, flying from Teterboro straight after. Least amount of time there, the better. Plus, I'm still shattered from Yeah, I think, I don't know. Is there any way at all that is, have you got something that's professional yet really, really comfortable? Have you got something like that? Okay, keyboard. And save and go back. Let's go to KDTW, Detroit Metro. Because that's a long time. I mean, you know, you're going to do across the pond, watch a game across the pond. So I don't know if there's anything. You ever look at your shirts and think, I'm bored of that? Got to keep in mind that I worked in local TV for 35 years, and it was 35 years of wearing white dress shirts. Now you know why I love the live stream so much and my beach shirts. Although I wore the stealthy black shirt here today because, you know, spy stuff. You were allowed a little bit of color on occasion, but I worked for people that were massive control freaks. Massive. Okay, we also have one more thing to do about multiplayer. Flight conditions. And we have to turn live. Weather is live. Air traffic is off. And multiplayer is off. Make sure it's off there. And let's go get a gate. Let's get D23. There's Charlie Gates. Maybe if I look for it again, it will load in the gate numbers. There we go. Delta 23, nobody's there, and good. D23. Because there are a bunch of people that are running that business now that are not broadcasters. I mean, that's really the big deal. There are a bunch of people that are not broadcasters. There are a bunch of prickly people that bought the business because they didn't like the news, and so they bought it to change it. And they all have a very, very funny sense of what they, you know, they think that what they like is what everybody else likes. And so consequently, it's pretty ridiculous. There is a kind of an unwritten rule or whatever if you want to be the captain of a United States aircraft carrier, you have to be a pilot. Now, there have been a couple of exceptions, but the general rule is if you want to be, the captain of an aircraft carrier, you have to be a pilot, because the primary mission of an aircraft carrier is airplanes, and you've got to be a really good pilot for that. So they don't put, a great cruiser captain or a great, destroyer captain. You've got to be a pilot. I think that, there's a lot of businesses right now that are run by people who don't run the business, who aren't those folks. So, and that's why so many businesses are messed up right now. IQB, white shirts, 8 years in media for you. Anything not black was automatic. Sent home for you. 90% of your tops are black. Really? Well, the reason that I've got so many of the black t-shirts is because really in television you don't want a white shirt, you want a cream shirt. Well, it was easier for me to get white shirts, and so if I had one of these underneath, it softened it and it made it work. So Mikey's got to go back to work right now, and Wolfie just arrived. Welcome aboard it, Wolfie. Happy vacation. Welcome on in. Hey, guess what? We need to sign on to VATSIM. It was a little bit of cheating, but it worked pretty good. But IQB, you had to have all black shirts. You got sent home immediately. All right, there's our cute little Air Canada Rouge. And we're just waiting for VATSIM. We got to remember to start the Katie Pilot app. Otherwise, we're not going to hear anything. Let's see if I remember how to sign on to VATSIM. All right, so it's going to be ROU 441, and we are in A319. Connect. It didn't go boom. Sarah, I don't see a mushroom cloud outside the window. I'm going to guess that we did not cause a problem. We didn't cause a problem. Start tracking. Mad Noob is on a 30 stream streak right now. Hi, Mad Noob. Welcome on in. All right. And our airplane today is a Rouge, which I have to go fix until I fix this. All right. It's CGITR. Baby bus. And we've got Elevate X going. Cool. Yep, something like that, Jim. Didn't need to push the AZ5 button, but I think it was going to be close. And Phoenix. Import. And let's have GSX help us out a little bit here. Let's get a jetway. And here comes jetway.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody just
Top
did a
clearance
resub.
granted, Agent. Loyalty
It's
noted.
Buckeye, who always comes in and says, hey, you need to hydrate.
Reinforcements incoming.
And we're getting
More
a
agents joining
raid.
the spy flight.
Hey, Raiders, good to see you. We are just, man, we had a good time today.
New recruits
We did a
detected.
spy
Welcome
flight.
aboard,
Oh, it's
Agent.
Jamie. Hi,
Stay
London
sharp.
Controller. Welcome aboard. Buckeye, thanks for the resub 15 months. Jamie, thank you for the raid. Good to see you. We had a great time today. So what we did is we were on multiplayer, and we took the Air Berlin F100 from Duxford over to that new Templehof that's available from
Subscriber
Miltech.
confirmed.
And so we
Top
kind of
clearance
did a
granted,
little
Agent.
spy
Loyalty
flight
noted.
thing in there. And it was a really nice flight. We were able to fly over the old radio listening station in Berlin, Teufelsberg. It's been abandoned, but we use that as a waypoint, and we're able to land in Berlin. So it's a really nice scenery if you're looking for something fun and new. Probably can't fly with it on VATSIM because, it's been closed for 18 years, so you get to be nostalgic if you want to. But that was a really good time. And the new update on the F100 is really good. And when I was yammering around out there, Jamie was just super nice to me and gifted 20 subs to the community. Jamie, thank you for helping me to keep my world going. Everybody's kind of having some tough times right now, and I'll tell you what, if it weren't for the generosity of you and some other people here, I'd be in big trouble. So thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Thanks for coming in and being so much fun on the London controller flights too. Thank you for being in here. I think we're ready to go. All right, let's go. We got 14 minutes to get out of here. Let's go ahead and get some preconditioned air, because I'll bet it's a little steamy here right now. Dan Air TV is in chat. White or cream would reflect background or surrounding ambient colors. Non-reflecting shirts. We almost always had, a white or a cream shirt. Stripes, no way. We didn't usually use the black shirt. That didn't work out so well for us. We've also got charts. We've also are now able to go and get Lido charts in here. So we get some nice Lido charts, which is really nice. We're on the north terminal.
Subscriber confirmed.
And we don't
Top
need the
clearance
tempo
granted,
over here.
Agent.
Jimmy Boy gifted a
Loyalty
sub to
noted.
Alfie. Jimmy Boy, thank you for gifting a sub too. Okay, so we're good over there. Our departure today is going to be the Zetter departure, and we need a SID procedure to go out on that departure. The Zetter departure, that's going to give us an initial climb clearance if we need it. And we think, let's see. Oh, we got a clearance. ACARS. Oh, I don't know if you heard about this, Jamie. In the U.S., they're starting to use CPDLC. We're starting to roll it out. They've got it at Jacksonville Center right now, which is, wow. That's been forever coming, but it's really nice. Okay, departure, destination, DTW, Tango. That's our flight. Altitude, flight level 210. 210, okay. Squawk is 7444. Cleared Zetter departure, climb via the SID. 10 after departure. Departure's 126.22. 126.22. Expect runway 22 left. Yay. SID speeds apply. Exit ramp. Contact. So exit the ramp. Contact ground. 126.225 for taxi. 126.225 for taxi. Yay. I love it when they tell us to call for push and start or taxi. So now we're able to go and check and see what runway. So it's gonna be runway 22 left. So let's check the page number. Zetter 4 for 22 left. And this is really important. There's a lot of airports that have an initial climb clearance that you don't want to bust. I remember I busted it once going out of Edinburgh. And Scottish controllers made me feel about that tall. And I said,
No
oh my gosh,
approach
I
detected.
missed that. They
Welcome
was
aboard,
really
Agent.
bad. That's
Station.
what they all say. And then I also think I busted it going out of London City, and I got in the way of traffic coming into Heathrow. Not very good. Okay, 22 left. 22 left. See, we got an initial climb clearance of 17,000 feet. You've got to check those on every airport. Otherwise, you're going to get in trouble. Now then, coming into Toronto. Okay, we don't need the 747. It's the number 6 arrival, but it got the wrong one because we need the ones for the 2 4s. So we got to get the correct number 6 arrival. Otherwise, what's more accurate, Lido charts or Navigraph? I think they're both equally accurate. Number 6, and we need it for 2 3 and 2 4s. That's what we needed. Otherwise, we would have been on the wrong transition. And that would also get you into trouble. I think, Dan, the answer to that, Dan, is they are both equally accurate. The information is just being presented in a different way. And I like the newer, cleaner style that we have here of the Lido or Lido chart. It's just a lot easier for me to find the information I'm looking for. Snoozy Skyways is watching us from work. Okay, Snoozy Skyway, thank you for telling me. That way I can make sure I don't do anything that's NSFW and get you into trouble. Not that I would ever do anything that's NSFW on the spy flight. We don't do things like that. We're too nice. And if you believe that, I've got a little land deal to talk to you about. All right, let's come on down here and get a little bit of backlighting. Have you seen, I've seen this advertised about 5 places now. There's somebody out there that is now making spinning trim wheels that will fit right alongside your wind control throttles. And I've seen video of it. They look like they work. I think that's kind of cool. Flight management guidance. GPS primary is lost. Come on over here to ASUS. And air operations. Jamie, thanks again for the really nice gift sub. Jimmy Boy, thank you for gifting a sub too. And the really, really great raid. FLIGHTDECK. Init data request. And that looks good. And let's go to receive messages. We have not got a... So we need to go to Phoenix and get a load sheet. Hey, we got a load sheet. Good. Come on over here and init. And init request. We got to change the cruise altitude. They've only got us going up to 21,000 feet. And that looks good. We are a Rouge flight. ROU. Or a Rogue flight. You could call it a Rogue flight too. That goes in over there. Looking good. Return. Cost index for our flight is going to be 32 up to Toronto. And flight level 210. Looking good. Let's go up and start doing, let's see, Bomelson, did I say your name right? First time in chat, welcome aboard. Nav, and Nav. Thanks for coming in today. And let's do crew supply of oxygen. Open up the flap. And turn the cargo temperature to about midway in case they put a dog back there. And load sheet. Let's start boarding our passengers. And we'll do the 6-minute load. All right, that looks good. Let's do weight and balance. Page 2. Our zero fuel weight today is, let's see, this is kilos. And the airplane is in kilos, so that's good. 51.69. I'm going to go 51.7. And our center of gravity is 29.4. want to put those in the top line here. According to the flight plan, our taxi today is 0.150. 15 minutes of fuel is 0.674. Alternate fuel is 1.08. And 30 minutes of fuel is 0.992. And with that, we push the fuel planning button and it's groovy green. And that means that our fuel planning is good for the day. Let's do flight plan while the passengers are coming aboard, but we can also start up the APU. And flight plan time. So F plan, Detroit Metro. Our departure today is going to be runway 22 left. We are departing on the Zetter for departure. And we exit at Tanko. Does that mean we can all go out and get Tankoed? I don't have a Tanko transit. Up there it is. And Tanko. Cool. Now our arrival into YYZ, we are expecting runway 24 left. 24 left. We are expecting the number 6 arrival. We are coming in via APDAX. And the via into the runway has already selected CERTA. And that should be good. All right, APU is available. We're going to go APU bleed. And we can come down here to ground services and turn off preconditioned air. We did get a squawk code, and ATC really likes it if you use the right one. So clear 7444. That looks really good. Frequency 126.225. And that's also ground control. 126.225. Okay, let's see if we can hear somebody. Hey, I hear people. All right, accept our load sheet, and we got the final load sheet here. Passengers are aboard. So let's go and do over here, init, page B. And our load sheet over here says 51.7. That says 51.7. No change. Page 2 says 29.4. It says 29.4. We are good. And we're done with that page. The airplane computer says I need 4.2 tons to get to Toronto. I have boarded 5.44. So 5.44 is fuel, and that's good to go. And Jim says spy hat. I think we need an Airbus spy hat for this. I think we need Airbus. We don't need the super-duper secret spy version. All right, let's see here. Airplane is loaded. We are closed up and ready to go. Let's disconnect ground power. And let's go ahead and we're going to do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are good. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. And the last few minutes over here, we'll disconnect ground power. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to get rid of chocks and cones. And let's have GSX prepare to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. While that's going on, we'll go to departure performance. It's dry here in Detroit.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, we got the one with attitude. Always good to have the one with attitude. Sync the weather, calculate, send into McDo. Go over to charts. Come on over and grab the ATIS. DTW ATIS Information Yankee 3004 on the altimeter.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So 3004 for the captain. 3004 for the first officer. And 3004 up. It's hectopascals only. No problem. We can flip the switch over there. It says 1017. We'll do 1017 down here. And if Diana checks in, I won't drive Diana crazy because I didn't set my backup altimeter. I've been known to do that. All right. Let's come on over here to performance. V1 is 147, rotate at 147. V2 is 141. We want to go nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Flaps are going to be 1, trims up 0.6. We're ready to go. Oh, I didn't set our initial cruise altitude. That's going to be 17,000 feet. Ooh, postcard view's on. 1 minute to alignment. It is a foggy day in Detroit. Looks like I'm the only one up here on the north side. Okay, there isn't a timer up here. Okay, so we're going to come out at D23. We'll report ready at spot 6. AH Mike says, no, it's not fog, it's smoke. Hey, you know, we can check a little bit here. So over here, it says visibility is 1 mile. It says FU. Are they just trying to be rude in Detroit or what? I think they're being rude. So my guess is you're absolutely right. So that's going to be haze and smoke and all sorts of stuff. So I think you're 100% right. Oh, pilots use caution for bird activity. Bird activity. Perhaps they need to come up with a different code name for all that because, you know, I mean, somebody's watching from work. That code name, FU, that's not safe for work. We could get in trouble. Constraints going on. All that looks good. I think it's time to go. Beacon. Cabin call. Parking brake.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at
Half of Northwest Ontario is fire. Yeah, the fires up there are really bad right now. They've just like, it's like somebody flipped on a switch, right, Age Mike? It was really bad. Okay, so come on over here. Colorado and Canada seem to have some really bad ones at the moment. Okay, engines are clear. Starter goes over to ignition, goes to start, and we start engine number 1 first. That's a new SOP for Airbus. I bet that's smoke. Parking brake set.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A319. Please pay attention to illuminated signs.
Really great startup sounds from the cabin on this. And we're getting a good start on engine number 1. That engine is available. Oil is good. We don't have any vibrations. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
I love the cranky one.
Left is clear. Right
The
is clear.
absolute cranky voice is great. Mike has checked, and there's 850 wildfires in Canada. There's our cranky pushback truck operator. All right, see if we get flipped off or we wave. No, it was a nice wave. So at least we didn't get flipped off. She probably knew that we need to keep things not safe for work here, so. Engine number 2's coming up. It's available. Starter, ignition back to normal. Wait for the pack lights to go out. APU bleed and APU. Coming on down here. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Let's do control checks. Elevators. Ailerons. Rudder. Trim's going to be up 0.6. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Taxi. And let's go up to spot 6. It's a baby bus. Some of the IAE engines idle at a higher RPM, and so you'll almost always get an instant takeoff. Thrust idle taxi. The CFMs, sometimes you have to goose it along a little bit. I think ATC went offline. Yepers, they did. They went offline. CTAF, KDTW. They probably heard spies were in town. 135.0. Probably being punished because we did 2 straight flights. We did 2 flights on multiplayer. Anybody over there? Nope, looks good. Metro traffic, Rouge 441's a baby bus approaching the business end of runway 22 left, lining up and taking off on the Zetter 4 departure. Detroit Metro. Strobes. Landing lights. Final cabin call. There is our cute little airplane all ready to go. Let's see how we lined up here. Oh, not so bad. Let's see. Landing lights on. We didn't do a takeoff config check. Takeoff config check. Let's do predictive wind shear. And the ECAM checklist is green. Let's get ready to rumble. Throttle's up about halfway. Stable, and there's manual flex. SRS and runway is probably set. Auto thrust is probably blue. I think we're ready to go. Better check our airspeed here. 80 knots checked. RND, happy Thursday. V1 rotate. Positive climb gear going up. And the airplane's going to get lost in the smoke. Bye-bye. How we doing? Not so bad. And start our turn. And lever climb, thrust climb. What are we upset? I left my transponder on standby. I have failed to squawk mode Charlie. Oh well. I was hoping to not get yelled at today, but hey, wait a minute. Nobody's here. I can't get yelled at. Flaps going up. Flaps are up. Metro traffic, Rouge 441, clear of runway 22 left, departing on the Zetter departure over to advisory. Happy landings, Metro. 1 to 2.8. Man, 2 flights over on over in multiplayer, and I've forgotten to squawk mode Charlie on taxiways. Yeah, I think that's exactly what all that is. That has got to be smoke. Well, you know what? There was a time when there were a few years ago, we would have wildfires all over the freaking place. And there would just be no way, you know, let's get this set up a little bit better. That we wouldn't have seen anything like this. And now you just look out the window and say, yep, that's where it is. Continue the climb to flight level 210. Just let the airplane manage us out. Sounds like our Love Boat music or something. Okay, gear is up. Auto brakes are off. Speed brakes are disarmed. We have to stay below 7,000 feet till Corby. That's about it. Everything else is just us. Hey, Black Dog, welcome aboard. We're kind of wrapping this one up. For tomorrow, do have Frankfurt Friday. We haven't departed out of Frankfurt. We've flown into Frankfurt a few times. Probably ought to depart and go someplace. Haven't really looked to see what is going on. As far as VATSIM events tomorrow, let's look at V events. Let's see. So there's a Caribbean island getaway Friday night ops. TJSJ and TIST. So San Juan and St. Thomas. Hey, Captain Sort of, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Well, we've got to do this. We've got to do a little flying here. So we ought to plan on something like that. And I don't see an awful lot here. I think Bucharest is kind of little far away from Frankfurt. So I'll try and find a place we haven't been in a while. And there's our climb continuing. Somebody said there was an event coming up. I believe there's an event coming up Saturday in Cleveland. So there's some sort of a Cleveland event. Let's see, Sunday, there is, we've got Skiathos to Samos and Vectors to Copenhagen. Coming up on Firebird, 10,000 feet, landing lights off, nose lights off, cabin call for 10,000 feet. And everything looks good. Let's see if Toronto has got an ATIS we can pick up from here. CYYZ, nope, not yet. Loviz says on Saturday there's a Cleveland event followed by SeaTac for the snow for Saturday night ops. Okay, so we've got maybe the Cleveland event for our middle flight. And then after that, SNO is Seattle. Cool. All right, I just jotted both of those notes down so I won't forget. Thanks, Lopez. Passing 12,000 feet. And lots more clouds. I know that you and several other people were gone. Loviz says that our Cleveland event should be the first flight. Okay. I'll pop that up there at the top of the line for Saturday. And everything looks good. Almost like we know what we're doing. And here's our departure out there. And we're departing. We end this at Tanko. There's Tanko right there. So there's our last waypoint. Let's see, Cleveland Hopkins, I believe that might be a big DHL terminal. Or maybe that's Cincinnati. It's one of those two airports that begins with C over there. Jason, it is a favorite. A very, very nice gift from Loviz when Loviz got to go and see real Airbuses being built. And range change. Let's go to airports. We're done with constraints. Collimators here. Am I having problems with my jetways? No. I have not had a bad airport jetway data error. But we were doing rather unusual flights today. So we were doing flights from had a great time on the first one. We went to the new Templehof 1013. There we go. From Duxford. So no jetways at both of those airports. And then we did a cargo flight, so they don't usually give cargo planes jetways. I did see a video on days off. I did see the video on multiple days off. It was one of those people that I love to watch travel videos, right? And this guy was doing a ferry boat from a big island in Japan to a small island in Japan. And he was going to take a overnight ferry boat. So it was a big boat, with cabins and showers and a casino and all that. So it's a big boat. So he gets to the terminal and did this picture from the side of the boat looking back to the gangway of the boat in Japan. And I swear the gangway was a jetway. It looked it had everything. It looked just like a jetway going out to the ship. It really was impressive. Loviz says the new Chicago O'Hare Airport that's coming out will have multiple jetway connections. So if you're taking an A380, 777, an A350, probably an A340, one of the things that you'll get is not just the one jetway, because big jets like that, they have several jetways going out so they can board the airplanes quicker. So that's the MD-11. You can do that with the MD-11. Jason, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you finding the channel. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. We're flying probably one of the most complete, best built airplanes, payware airplanes that you can get to plug into Flight Sim 2024. This is the Phoenix A319, and it's absolutely one of the best you can get. We're cranking in real world weather. So one of the things that you're seeing is we're flying up to Toronto. So this is all wildfire smoke from Canada and some parts of the US that have just caught fire. Really since the last time we flew up here, which was last week. I mean, that's how fast this has developed. So we got real time and real weather cranked in. We are at our final cruising altitude, 21,000 feet. We're going to be talking to Toronto in just a little bit, but we're probably going to have to start our own descent. 105 miles. Abelars has arrived. Hi, Collimator. Yep, the MD-11 passenger version. You may. What EHAM scenery do I use? Is it Fly Tampa? I don't remember. Let's look. FSA. FS add-on compare. EHAM. What do we have? Yep, I bet it's the Fly Tampa. I'll bet it's the Fly Tampa. Here's a really great website, Joe. And it's called FS Add-on Compare. It is the absolutely best place to go to find payware airports and compare the prices and stuff. In fact, Loviz says Fly Tampa is the only one they have. All right, let's see. YYZ. Let's go over here and see Phoenix. My flights. DTW. Let's come on over here to Toronto and refresh the data. And here is YYZ. ADA's Information Foxtrot. So winds are 010 at 13, gusting to 19. Winds are visibility is 2.5 miles. More of that smoke and haze. Broken at 4,700. It's 27 degrees, 2995. ILS approach, ILS runway 5 and runway 6 right. They flipped the runways on us. So 06 right is going to be the runway. We've got to go and set that up really fast. So flight plan, YYZ, arrivals, 06 right. It's going to be the number 6 arrival via APDAX and via already selected insert, and now it wants destination data. So they flip the runways over to the 6s. I think we're going to be on the right side. We're a small airplane. So we need to come on over here and snag some better charts. YYZ, Let's go change them. So coming on in, our arrival is going to be number 6 for 5 and 6. And we're going to go instrument approaches, 6 right. There's 6 left. ILS or localizer, 6 right. And ILS or localizer, 5 just in case. All right, let's come on over here. And Toronto wants to talk to us. Toronto says 125.775. 125. 125.775. We have
the signature on the north side, sir. Any chance we can get 05?
Gating spec runway 05, and that's when ready to 24. You can still climb to 300.
Foxtrot's aboard.
Hi, when ready for 24, and we'll
About 40 miles from top of descent. Hey, Hernan's back in chat. You finished Barcelona to
Number 0
Palma.
Alpha X-ray, Cleveland's offline. No
What a
further
great
ATC. Your
flight.
self-service terminate, change on route.
How was Barcelona? How was Palma de Mallorca? That was nice. Jason, I have a small pilot's license, private pilot, so that's my background. Toronto, very good evening from Rouge 441 at flight level 210. We are approximately 49 miles south of APDAX with information Foxtrot.
Rouge 441, Toronto Center, good day, squawk ident.
Ident for Rouge 441. Hey, Pat Mac. Did I say your name right? Welcome back in. Welcome in. All right. On the number 6 arrival for this
and
one.
Rouge 441, your identified flight level 210, runway 05. Foxtrot is currently altimeter 2995, descend 11000.
Descend 11000. The new runway is 05, and the altimeter is 2995. 11000 for our descent for Rouge 441. Okay, let's do the descent, and they put us on runway 5. So we got to flip the runways. They put us over there. Let's come on over here. Arrival. ILS runway 5. Everything else should be the same. Heading track.
Delta Center, good evening. Air Canada
165,
climbing 1400 for flight level
Direct to APDAX.
Air Canada 46, contact arrivals 132.8.
That looks good, and we have got to get our arrival data in.
Air Canada 165, Toronto
So,
Center, good day. Climb flight level
performance.
370. Climb flight level 370, and can we have a minute off the cusp?
Okay, altimeter 2995.
You'll probably be out of airspace then, so you can monitor to come 22.8.
The temperature in beautiful downtown Toronto is 27 degrees. The winds in Toronto are 010 at 13. Transition 180. It's baby bus. I want config 3 landing. Tell GPWS that we're going to do a config 3 landing. And minimums on the runway they just gave us are, for a category 1 landing, 770 feet, 770 in the barrel box, and all of that looks good. Back to the performance page. Our descent is really good. Everything looks good in here. Man, this was a quickie. Bet we have our departure time. Let's just go and see if we're in trouble. Receive messages. Nope, didn't get it. Whew. Okay. Altimeter 2995. 2995. Set the co-pilot. And set up. We need to look this one up. We'll let the airplane do the conversion for us. Hectopascals 1014.
And Jazz 8459. Are you gonna make it down in time, or do you need vectors for the descent?
1014. Okay, I think we are relatively caught up.
Okay, and I'm showing you off course. Are you direct Iston?
All right, I think we're all caught up. 35 pilot. I actually really do like Zurich and Geneva. Geneva's great to land over the big lake, but Zurich has so many interesting approaches and stuff that it makes it nice. And the Zurich airport that we all have is really nice too. So I actually really like flying into Switzerland. Plus, in Switzerland, you've got the railroad tracks that have solar panels in between the tracks now, and apparently that's a really big success. So 3 cheers to the Swiss on that one. That's a really neat design. And let's go ahead and look ahead and below. And so far, so good. Well, after all of that time in the F100 and the Twin Otter and the DC-6, it's great to see that we can fly an Airbus still. But this is really one of the cool airplanes. We could go ahead and try. In fact, why don't we think about Zurich for our arrival for departure out of Frankfurt? LSCR, right? LSCR. We haven't been there in a while. So our first flight tomorrow for where's my tomorrow thing? For Frankfurt Friday.
United 2496 contact arrivals.
I'll put that in. LSZH.
125.4.
LSCH. Thank you, Maple Leaf. LSCH. Now we got to figure out what airplane we want to fly. Okay, the tomorrow command is updated. Thank you for that. We could look and see what really flies that route. So we could go to Flight Radar 24.
Jazz 8459 contact arrivals.
Flight by route. EDDF for Frankfurt. And LSCH.
And who's calling from the northwest?
Zurich. Search.
British 1968, Toronto Center.
Okay, we got Condor. We've got Helvetic. We've got lots of Lufthansa. There's something called Air Dolomiti. Did I say that right?
Toronto Center, good day, squawk 6103.
All right, what does Lufty fly there? Lufthansa flies A321.
WestJet 384, thanks, identified flight level 370. British 1968, you're identified flight level 320.
There's 11,000 feet. Seatbelts. Oops, never turned them off. Boy, I certainly hope that there wasn't a passenger back there that
960,
went and overindulged in the bar.
906.
Why don't we turn it off for about 10 minutes in case there's somebody back there in pain.
And sir, Canada 442, you're back. Canada 442, Montreal's offline, no further ATC, use the service terminate, change on route.
Toronto, good evening, Transport 74, passing level 215 or 230.
Got another descent in about 30 miles.
350.
350, Transport 74.
If you're new to Flight Sim and you haven't seen, even the insides of the airplanes are the cabin area. And in the cabin area, even the seatbelt signs work. Let's bring in the map a click.
42 heavy, squawk it in.
If you're also new to Flight Sim and you're hearing the air traffic control, those are real people. And we're flying into Canada. So if you are new and you're going to get on VATSIM, I will tell you that the Canadian air traffic controllers are some of the most patient and informative controllers out there. If you're a new pilot, they are really good for helping you figure out if you're new to all this. Now, I don't recommend.
474, Cleveland.
I don't recommend that you fly in as a new pilot, you know, on a really busy day. But if it's not busy, this is the place for new people. Let's see, Khalil, did I say part of your name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. It is. I mean, if you told me since the late 90s, you know, when flight simulators first came out, that we would have this level of depth and have it look this good, I would have been amazed. We were 3 minutes late getting out of the gate. Oh, well. Shh, don't tell the boss, we won't get yelled at. But anyway, yeah, I think you're right. A35 pilot, the level of depth that we've got, and now that
441 descent 7,000.
7,000 now for Rouge 441. And now that we've got the wind control controls, full-size controls to sit on your desk like this, and a full-size flight management computer, and now you can build pretty much the entire center console now. I mean, wow. It's only a matter of time before they start putting up, you know, this main panel up here. They've already got an upper panel too, so you know you can, and it won't be like,
yes, Korean Air 281 Toronto Center, get a squawk,
you know, $30,000. And time to slow down. Let's do a little bit of speed break here.
Korean Air 281, you're identified flight level 350. Rouge 441, contact Toronto arrivals 125.4.
125.4 now for Rouge 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Yep.
125.4. Toronto arrivals, very good evening. Rouge 441's on the number 6 arrival with information Foxtrot. Good evening.
Rouge 441 arrival, good evening. Runway 05, altimeter 2996, ATIS Golf.
New ATIS Golf, we'll pick that up in 2996 on the altimeter for runway 5 for Rouge 441.
Air Canada 46 left heading.
Golf is now aboard. The new altimeter setting is indeed 2996. 2996.
Air Canada 46, continue left turn.
2996.
Cleared out left turn 05 approach.
What did the wind do? The wind is actually diminished a little bit. The wind is 010 at 14. The temperature is 26 degrees, so it's a degree down. Still gives us a approach speed of about 132. We're set for config 3 to land, so that looks nice. Frostbitten TV, welcome aboard. Yeah, this is the Phoenix A319. It is absolutely fantastic. It's probably my favorite airplane, just I can fly it into anything.
In case of localizer overshoot, heading 03,
I
still
can.
so clear for the approach.
I mean, it's just great. And it keeps, you know, it's a solid airplane. You can count on it in even the biggest of VATSIM events. And let's get the LS system going. Works great with the wind control stuff. There's also some other developers out there. Is about ready to do that, Hernan. Yep, let's go and do seatbelts. And seatbelts are on. You really wish it wasn't bundled with the A320. It makes it prohibitively expensive. If they sold all the variants as their own, you would buy an A319 in a heartbeat. I guess I could. I really can't understand that. It's the way that they just do the business, and I'm not sure how they could, you know, if that's what their model is based off of. But yeah, if there's somebody that just wants an A319 and doesn't want the A320 or the A321, I can sure understand that. Got a speed reduction coming up here to 220 knots. Hernan, I tell you, you know, I think we've got really cool airplanes right now. We've got the Fokker F100 and 70 just got a big update today. We flew that and it was a blast today. Still love the old MD-11. That's an awesome airplane. Oh, I couldn't spell Detroit very well, did I? Didn't do a very good job of Detroit for that. Actually, Ontario Bear, we're going to wrap it up after this. But we've also, the iFly 737 MAX is good too.
Canada 46, contact the tower, 118.
Frostbitten, I think a lot of people are. A lot of people are indeed. Try to be patient for the A220. 1187, I think they were saying. That's right. You know, that would indeed be the A319, A321 like that bundled with the A320. That's their cup of coffee. Their couple of cups of coffee, right? The way Phoenix developed it was the A321 and 319 are add-ons, and they require the A320 as a base model. So these two airplanes don't come. You've got to have the A320 for the whole complete airplane. And there's our speed. That's right, Ontario Bear. There's so many wildfires up there. I mean, it seems to me like we were just here flying on Toronto Thursday last week. I kind of think we were doing it last week, and there weren't any big fire. There were a few, but not like it has absolutely exploded.
Rouge 441, proceed direct Dolpa, descend 3000. Correct, descend 4.
Descend 4,000. We are direct Dolpa now for Rouge 441. And that's just how quick you can make those changes. I mean, and that's what I really like also about the way this is set up, especially with the autopilot and the flight management computer. I can make these kinds of changes while I'm answering them back. Trey is flying over Kennedy at flight level 340. Trey, that's the thing. When you look out the window, and it's tough to see here because of the smoke and the clouds, it's all satellite photography. So the scenery is based on satellite photographs. So this is what it looks like coming into Toronto right now. Now the cloud might not be in the exact spot. And yes, as you get closer to the ground, it's going to look a little gamey to you. But I mean, it's pretty fabulous, the scenery. And if you haven't been out in a while, if you like to travel but don't get to do that, you can go and take a flight and look down and look out the window and do a little bit of simulated touristing, and it works really, really good. Okay, take control of our own speed. Over to performance, and approach is set. Clean speed's 196. But yeah, Trey, I'm not surprised, you know, looking down like that. It's gonna be impressive. So yeah, that's what it looks like on approach right now. Assuming there's an A319 coming up in our general direction, going into runway 5 at Toronto. There you go. And that's one of the things that I really do like about the flight simulator. And to be honest, you know, why it kind of never gets old for me. Because you'll look down, I never saw that golf course that's down there. And the kind of scenery that we have looking out the window.
441, descend 3000, cleared ILS runway 05 approach.
Continue on down 3000, cleared for the ILS runway 05, Rouge 441. So, you know, that's kind of how it is that, you know, there's always something new to see looking out the window. And that's pretty neat. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to arm the approach. I've got the approach armed, so it's going to snag glide slope and localizer for me. Let's go ahead and 180. Flaps 1. Final click of the map. Wheels, always a good thing to do before we land. Flaps 2. I do not see the runway. I see smoke. I don't see an airport down there. Posture check time. Make sure we can do rudder pedals.
And 441, speed 160 or greater, and total curve move.
160 or greater till Kerpu for Rouge 441. We're 180, so we're golden. Well, the smoke is definitely thickening up as we get closer to the ground. I still don't see the airport or the runway. Loviz says, yeah, this looks a lot like Havana, which is, Loviz is right. It seems like every time we go into Havana, it is definitely really, really hazy.
Rouge 441, contact the tower, 118.7. Good night.
118.7 for Rouge 441. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend. 1187, ground is 121.65. Toronto Tower, very good evening. Rouge 441 is on the ILS runway 05.
Rouge 441, Toronto Tower, good day. Winds 360, 12, gusting 18, clear land runway 05.
05, clear to land, Rouge 441. Taxi lights on. There's Kerpu, landing speed, and flaps 3. Okay, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. I don't see anything that looks to me like an airport or a runway. Hi, Atlas system. You know who else, where it's also been really hazy, Loviz? It seems like a lot of times that we go into Mexico City, it's either really, really windy or really, really hazy there. Hey, Pyrox, welcome back. Yes, my gosh, it seems like we were here just last week, Pyrox, and it wasn't nearly as bad as this. But I mean, that's how bad the smoke is. I don't see the runway. Okay, we're set. Loviz says it's also because there's an air quality thing there. North Bay is not hazy. Ontario Bear, it's nice in North Bay today.
500.
Got it. Autopilot, Captain's got the airplane.
100 above.
Got some lights.
Minimum.
Landing. Okay, we got it at minimums.
100.
Flight slow.
40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard.
Big scenery hesitation. Reverse. Vat Venture was a great time. Absolutely, Vat Venture was a blast. And today has not been my day for landing raids.
Rouge 441, welcome to Toronto. Vacate right, Hotel 6.
Vacate right, Hotel 3 for Rouge 441. Today has not been my day for smooth landings.
Rouge 441, left hotel, cross runway 15 left, contact ground 121.65.
12165 on the other side, left hotel, clear to cross runway 15 left, Rouge 441. Thanks. All right, looking pretty good here. So, wasn't the smoothest of landings, but it certainly wasn't the hardest. Up, got my speed brakes still up. Let's put our flaps up. It's got to be one of the things that the real pilots like about flight sim and stuff. You can go outside and look at all sorts of cool things on the airplane. Uh-oh, sneeze. Toronto ground, hi there. Rouge 441's on hotel, just crossed 15 left.
Rouge 441, Toronto ground, hello. Right turn Bravo, do you have a gate?
What's the closest to Tim Hortons for Timbits?
Rouge 441, I'll give you Bravo and then left Alpha Kilo, apron your discretion.
Bravo, left Alpha Kilo, apron is ours for Rouge 441. Thanks.
And the chocolate ones are the best.
They absolutely are. Alpha Kilo. Okay, I see where we're going. So Bravo, Alpha Kilo is right over here. It's the concourse before the Hammerhead. I hear they don't like it. They prefer the Hammerhead, not the boat anchor.
Toronto ground, good evening. West at 652.
All right, let's
Ready
see.
for taxi.
Clean up a few things.
Runway 06 left.
Everything's looking good
West
here.
at 652, Toronto ground, hello, welcome. Runway 06 left, altimeter
Okay, flaps are up, speed brakes are down.
Taxi via Bravo Delta, cross runway 33 right.
All right, copy altimeter, taxi via Bravo Delta, and we'll cross 33 right. West at 652.
Romeo and Bravo 2.
Ground United 1242.
There's Romeo.
Yeah,
Sierra,
1242, runway
Bravo
06 left,
1.
altimeter is 29907, taxi Bravo Delta, cross 33 right.
There's a big Air Canada.
And 06
Hangar.
left, taxi via Bravo Delta, cross 33 right for United 1242.
A little more busy here than I thought it would be today. First flight tomorrow, Frankfurt to Zurich. We haven't been to Zurich in a long time. Most of the time, some of the times when we go to Zurich, it's so busy going into Switzerland that we have to divert. We're not able to do that flight. We almost always have had to divert, so this should be a little bit different. There is Alpha Kilo. Got somebody in a CRJ just getting ready to blast off. Look at all these airplanes. What was the duration of this flight? This one was really pretty short.
And the Toronto ground Air Canada 604 on Delta. We're looking for, I believe, gate Delta 22.
Canada 604, Toronto ground, hello, welcome, taxi Delta.
Okay, we got a
Alpha
couple of
Kilo,
airplanes over there.
Delta Alpha Kilo, I burn that our discretion. Thank you, Air Canada 604.
Canada 3042, Toronto ground, hello. Are you able to make it around the Qatari there?
The Zurich flight, no idea. Look at all the airplanes. Look at how busy it is here.
Around. There's quite the log jam we've got going on there.
There's a big log jam. Tell you what, let's go ahead and let's go over to this gate over here. I don't know if Rouge comes over here, but there's a log jam.
Yeah,
let's
Qatari,
get out of their
9070
way.
ground, you up?
It's probably not that long.
9070, if you're able to just move up a little bit, you got some traffic waiting behind you, and we'll try and get you moving here in a little bit when you're ready.
And taxi light off.
Actually, Qatari 9070, you ready to taxi?
And
Qatari
let's
9070, runway 06 left.
Which gate are we coming into?
2997, taxi via
Charlie
Bravo,
34.
Delta, cross runway 33 right.
Charlie 34. GSX. GSX is not loading in. Loviz says it's about an hour and 8 minutes of flying.
Roger. And Qatari 9870, there's one traffic just in front of you south on Bravo, then there's going to be another one going
so
to the
there's
right.
the
Left is a
Qatari,
WestJet, give way there
and you can see there were like 3 airplanes over in there earlier.
And ground, Gosling 604, ready to taxi 6 left.
That's probably pretty good right there. Parking brakes. There's the WestJet that landed, I think, just after we did.
Just off your nose to the right.
So that was pretty good. APU bleed, and engine number 1, and engine number 2. Predicted wind shear can go off, and we'll put the transponder back to above and standby. I always like to reset the rudder trim for the next crew. While the engines are spinning down, we can do the fuel pumps off because we don't need those anymore. And we need to do ADIRs. Crew supply of oxygen can go off. And now the beacon and the seatbelts. And I've got the airplane set up so it will automatically go and get us a jetway. So yeah, we kind of came into a very, very busy airport today. Here at YYZ, they've got 16 departures, 37 arrivals, and 26 flight plans. So all of a sudden, Toronto became super duper busy. Let's see, if you're looking for a flight after we get done here, YYZ down to Chicago, and there is going to be a new Chicago O'Hare Airport coming out. So my guess is we're going to start to see business at the simulated Chicago really start to pick up at some point in time. I'm guessing that that's really going to be people are. I'm ready for a good Chicago where we can count on the taxiways and stuff to work for us. So definitely looking forward to that. Not sure exactly when it's going to happen, but it'll come in soon. So first flight, Frankfurt to Zurich. I really enjoyed Duxford to Templehof. It was a birthday flight for Polyot. Had a great suggestion. I thought that was great. Loviz says also visit Mexico is soon. So, and we'll also be going back and doing some more Templehof stuff. It was nice to be on multiplayer and just kind of go buzzing around a little bit without a bunch of ATC. So I'm really thinking we've got to do a little bit more of that if possible. So expect some of those. Huge thanks to Jamie. Came in with a big, beautiful, really nice raid. Really did enjoy getting to see that one. And let's see, who do we have live streaming? Cross is live streaming. Melvin is live streaming. Melvin is doing the summer cookout, and Sim Caesar is doing GA action. Cross is doing YYZ. Cross, I think, is leaving out of here. I know we raided Cross the last time we were here. Let's go and see what's going on with that. That one might be nice. If you're on YouTube, it's just going to go to color bars and the live stream will end. If you just joined me on YouTube, thanks for being here. I really appreciate the really nice support. And thanks for coming in. If you are on YouTube and you're a channel member, first thing tomorrow morning, I will have a really nice pre-flight video for you on our first flight with the weather and a bunch of other stuff. It's also available if you've been with me over on Patreon. So that'll be over there too. And if you're on Twitch, you'll get to see Cross Iparu. Cross looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. Try not to say Sonic the Hedgehog to Cross Iparu. Tends to throw things at the screen and stuff like that. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Really missed you yesterday and the day before. So can't wait to see you tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. Really appreciate the support, and thank you for helping me to keep the live stream and my life going. But also a huge thank you for just coming in and saying hi, being such great flight sim friends. It's absolutely crazy out in the real world right now, and I'm just grateful to have friends to get to share some of this with. Thank you for that. Because it is crazy, I always like to sign off by saying, please stay healthy and stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies tomorrow. Cheers, good night, and thank you for being here.